Yes, I want to welcome y'all all to the 23rd album, Between the Protests. We're gonna have to rise on this, y'all. But just before we begin, let me spit on these cats. Fake rappers, I respect none. DJs too, you know my way, we ain't you. 5, 4, and 3 are taken and we ain't 2. 33 years later, we ain't through. Black lives been mad as yo, cause we ain't blue. Selling out the culture, that is something we don't do. They call me the teacher, that be so true. Cause I mastered the element of MCing like CO2. We so new, you know what we've been through just to survive. All this debate about the top 5, put it aside. Here's the real top 5 list. It's KRS, Blastmaster, KRS-ONE, the teacher, and Chris. Rappers going through some type of identity crisis. G.O.D. is my image and likeness, they don't like Chris. My mother is Aset, better known as ISIS. I drop on the set like Horace, where the mic is. I'm the difference between what the real and the hype is. What the wrong and the right is, what the darkness and the light is. But rappers wanna fantasize about battling me. They sleeping, I'm over their whole head like a canopy. I'm chilling in Atlanta sipping daiquiris. Don't come after me, I rapid fire, rap rapidly. It's a catastrophe, you not as fast as me. OG rappers coming after me, they ain't back of me. You wanna come after me, here's the truth. I'm invading your space like Al-Andalus. Let's get loose, you can't hang, I got the noose. When I train on tracks, I'm the engine, you the caboose. I'm sipping the Remy Mar while I salute Papoose. I don't battle young rappers, that's child abuse. I'll tighten the noose, put my hands on you like a masseuse, and daylight your soul like I'm pasta noose. Yo, be calling for a truce while I'm cooking your goose. Got the deuce, so when you chickens come home to roost. Man, I'm mobile like Boost while they failing. So I'ma put them down under like these dudes was Australian. Rappers couldn't see me in the 80s or the 90s. 30 years later, they wanna act like they grimy. Now they wanna find me in the new millennium. But I'm a cannibal, I'll breakfast, lunch, and dinner them. Let them drums rip. Woo! Yeah, turn my voice up a little bit. I don't deal with silly shit, I am not illiterate. Gun clapper, street rapper, this is what you dealing with. Boom bap, true rap, only the real feeling it. Truth, I'm revealing it. Beef, I ain't dealing with. Others put they bread to the beef and make a meal of it. I'm the quiet type, banana clip, I'm concealing it. Get up on you with the banana and start peeling it. Hit the Captain in America, no time for shielding it. They crew got nicked with the fury, I'm real with it. Flow so sick, I should be healing it. But instead I'm on the German Autobahn, wheeling it. You heard these millionaires, now here a skillionaire. Rich with the skill in the club, people I thrill them there. Yeah, savagery, hand them out, no silverware. True legend, no jewels, black gorilla wear. Yeah, where them skills at? I'm a drill at. Too many rappers claiming OG and still whack. They sleeping, and you can see how they act. Red pill, blue pill, I gave the red pill back. So I hear what they mumble about me, but it don't penetrate. Young rappers wanna be large, hate this whoever's great. Me, I'm a legend, been busting weapons since 88. Blast off the top of your dome, let it ventilate. Skills I will demonstrate, lyrical rap heavyweight. You ain't never heard of this teacher, you bitches hella late. You better wait, KRS is never fake. That whack shit to sell out the culture I'll never make. That boom bap, raw speak, I will generate. I stay ahead, like you 8 o'clock, I'm 10 to 8. I got ends to make with the bass kicking. These rap turkeys are fishing for beef for state chicken. My rhyme style finger licking, keep mixing, no quitting. No need for a vacation, you tripping. Top ticking, I'ma spit this right, like handcuffs. You gotta say this shit is tight. I'm about to begin. You've been living without, but try living within. You heard these others speak, but I am not them. They talk paper, but here's what I do with the pen. Sword in the air, I don't fear anybody. We was criminal minded when they was on the party. Been spiritual minded, the devil can't stop me. Been political minded, nope, they can't lock me. This is an original, not a copy. Me and the mic, we go together like saltfish with Aki. Mash up any jam, any club, any party. Same shoes, same views, black tea, hair, Nazi. You could be stoned and you My words get sentimental, they turn sentimental. No, I will not be gentle. Most rappers are followers, the only thing they led was a pencil. Money won't defend you when I A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, and N, U. I'm that raw shit, hip-hop core 4 shit, that DJ and MC and tagging, breaking on the floor shit. Street lyric, you heard it, I never lost it. Like y'all seen Bay, I'm bringing you more shit. Double metaphors, this how the tour get effortless, I flow like a shower, no need to force it. You saw it, real skill, you the witness or the listener. I stand behind my balls like a prisoner. Yeah, I'ma spit this right, and like them handcuffs, you gotta say this shit is tight. Ashe to the ancestors. Ashe. Let them drums rip.
Yeah. Peace and much love to the teacher.
Peace and much love to the teacher.
Peace and welcome, everybody. This week for our lesson, and unfortunately, due to time constraints and also great things for the Temple of Hip Hop, we were conducting interviews with hip hop pioneers and legends in New York. And so essentially it cut down the time that we had to put together the show that we had originally planned, but that will still be coming. So you can look forward to that coming soon. But of course, Teacher's always ready to give a lesson. And so it was his idea that we just come and go live. And this is nice. This is a new technology that we're working with. And so we're trying this out for the first time. Please excuse my hair. I just saw that for the first time.
We're all having bad hair days.
Hey, it happens.
It means you working. That's what it means.
Yes, indeed. Good spirit day, though.
That's right. So, should we just jump in, or should we wait for more people to come on? I know it's just at 7.
Well, we have a good 33. I could still play more of the album. I could play a video. Give people a minute.
Well, you know what? No, let's get right into it then, because I'm looking now to a 707. Wow, these numbers are adding up. 707, 33. Oh, we
that's right.
Hell,
yes,
right?
indeed.
What it is. We take advantage of that vibration. So, you know, like Son One was just saying, you know, the way you came on was like, you know, we're kind of you know, this is an alternative to what we normally do, but in fact, it's not. In fact, for the rest of the year, especially when we're touring, this is what it's gonna be. We're probably gonna wind up broadcasting from wherever we are. I'm in Atlanta. You're in New York or Connecticut, tri-state area somewhere, and this is really how it goes down. I actually like this because it's just convenient. You know, I'm in my library, so it just becomes a convenient situation. I can sit on my ass and talk. You know, so it is what it is. But I thought we would just go into real quick some of what you have been doing. Today we're going to talk about history. We're going to talk about civilization, community, history. Last week we came off of a very fiery lecture that had to do with us as a community. We closed out with actually you, Son One, showing us land space and some prices, what was available, and so on. And since then, I've done some further research. You know, it's actually easier than we actually think. It really comes down to how we really want to do it. I don't want to, you know, run ahead and say, well, look, I got the money. Let's just one or two of us come together and just go buy this. That's one way of doing it. And, you know, we may have to do that. I may have to just go do that anyway. Let me not put that to the side. Let me have to just go do that. But the point to us is that, you know, we all are supposed to put into this. This is an opportunity for legacy and heritage to grow. So if you have children, if you see yourself at 80 years old, 70 years old, if you can see your future with yourself at an older age or your children at an older age, or just being born in whatever, you want to put down on this. You want to be part of the building of this. I'm completing a book right now called called An Introduction to Hip Hop. It's going to come out probably next year, but you know you got to get started now with these book publishers. And one of the things I was writing within the book, because the book is about teachers. The book is about I'm advising teachers on how to teach hip hop. And one of the things I was looking at, and I thought about it, but I had to write it into the book, was the fact that, you know, like I could call myself the teacher all day, but how do you transfer that and legitimately transfer that onto others who are supposed to come after you? And it's very important that we recognize the lineage, the continuation, the being part of something. And this is why I say, you know, yeah, if it's just about money, let's just go get it real quick and we'll just do our thing. But that's not what this is about. You know, I'll wait for maybe a couple of more months, maybe a year, let this COVID thing go by, let a few more shots go in the arm, but no more than 3 years on this. No more than 2 to 3 years on this. For us to come together on an idea and make that happen. So I want you to talk a little bit, Son One, about. Of course, I'll jump in and ask you some potent questions. But what you did this weekend was phenomenal. Last week I talked about, and let me shout out Joseph Sanchez as well. Let me shout out Pascali as well. Shout out everybody who was there with you, I guess, or helped out in some way. Last week we talked about the land, we talked about civilization building and this thing, but we also then talked about the fact that we opened up a $3,000 budget from the Temple of Hip Hop, and I asked, who should we be interviewing? We trying to get these interviews. So Son One gathered up some of the requests, and we went ahead with who we knew we wanted. We know we want Herb. We know we want, you know, Flash. We know we want those who we don't have a full interview on, and then others that are unnamed. I wanted DJ Breakout in particular. His story's really never been told or heard. When I heard that Grand Wizard Theodore was able to do something, I got excited about that as well. I've interviewed Theodore, but we're redoing the history now. This is our 2021. Every 10 years, we doing the work. That's right. So we're going in on the history right now. You went ahead. Not only did you get Grand Wizard Theodore, DJ Baron, and DJ Breakout, but you also got DJ Hollywood. And I thought that was actually pretty dope. That you would actually, if you found him, you got him there, DJ Hollywood, as well, because again, he's one of the founders or pioneers, I should say. He's one of the early members of I can't say members. I'm trying to get his name accurate in this, and you'll explain why I'm stumbling over this right now. Is because he's one of the early names that are cited as being an influencer on people, you know, like Dougie Fresh and others that call his name to say, you know, my first taste of hip hop was from Hollywood. However, when I interviewed, you know, Hurt, Cool DJ Hurt, Grandmaster Caz, Pee Wee Dance, they kind of shy away from DJ Hollywood on a technicality that he was more into a disco scene and the button-up suit and tie. You had to dress up. You had to come in a suit in order to go to a Hollywood party. And as you recall, Tony Tone from the Cold Crush, DJ Tony Tone, talked about how b-boys were rejected out of this kind of party. And we're using Hollywood as an example because this is where it really went down. But all of these parties throughout New York really wasn't trying to see hip hop in the way that we represent it. Like Grandmaster Caz says, what we do, breaking and seeing graffiti or DJing, spitting on the mic, dudes on the floor breaking. Grandmaster Caz says, no, that's a specific thing that we start with Kool Herc. Others could be rapping or DJing, but they were not doing what we have become, or what we are now saying we practice as hip hop. Right. So I want you to talk about that real quick. I'm eager to hear some of your exploits. What was it like? Start with Hollywood and then we'll move over to Breakout.
Okay.
So what was it like? You're talking to Hollywood. What was his deal?
Well, first let me say with from what I find, because after this, DJ Hollywood, for one, was the last person that was interviewed. After this made me go back and go watch the documentaries that are out. I rewatched Founding Fathers, rewatched Beat This from 1984 to really understand again what everybody was talking about. And one thing that I find is that the argument ends up stemming from the fact that DJing has its own history. Rapping has its own history. Graffiti has its own history. But when it becomes the one history in hip hop, at that point, it seems where all the pioneers are up in arms as to why they're so upset, because they know that they did have something to do with it, or they were a part of the influence, as TEACHA said, to the hip hop that we know today. But there becomes a problem when you reject the hip hop that is today. Specifically, DJ Hollywood, the TEACHA had put together a list of questions that we weren't necessarily trying to get the pioneers' stories. We were trying to get what was happening culturally around them, to essentially have a better idea as to, or what's behind hip hop coming up, and to find out more in depth things about them as a person themselves. Unfortunately, DJ Hollywood couldn't stick to the script. He needed to say certain things that he felt need to be cleared up. It just became an issue, because even after watching the Founding Fathers, even him himself says that he heard a DJ on the radio, and when he heard the way that he would rhyme, giving his announcements or little segments in between the music that he played, he said, I could do that. And you could go watch the Founding Fathers, and you should watch the Founding Fathers, and note the fact that he says it. Now, you could imagine he's not the only one who heard the same thing and said, I can do that. But to me, this is more rap history. But rap history doesn't even begin with that. Then you end up going all the way back. And they mention certain things like that, or they mention Louis Armstrong. They mention several, and even play different examples of different records where you hear, yeah, they're singing with tones, kind of like today, but you could say it's closer to rap than what is the traditional singing. This is so. Even that DJ, if you really wanted to say, okay, where's the exact origin, you'll never find it. Or you could imagine that really, no, it's so, we're actually, yeah, you'll never find it. It's back in Africa somewhere where it all be, or where everything began, or at the beginning of time when speech began, that this was the way that rap comes about, or rap comes into being, lyrics come into being. So, but I will say, to his credit, clearly he's a spiritual brother, and he kept saying that this is something that the Bronx needed, or this is something that New York. No, he didn't say this is something that the Bronx needed. He said this is something that New York needed. That the people in New York, it was such dire situations. People needed money and needing an alternative to essentially having to do the worst, which is rob in order to survive, and that it was a gift from God. And he kept that theme throughout, and that was a great thing. But unfortunately, his discrepancies, I believe, come from different things that were said about him, which has now made his heart a little, or has made his heart hard, and he now feels slighted, like he doesn't get the credit that he deserves, as far as being one of the first MCs in New York. But again, this is where I feel like a distinction needs to be made, because there's an MC in New York, but then there's an MC in hip hop. And when you're MCing to represent hip hop, it becomes something totally different. He wasn't necessarily familiar with the Declaration of Peace at the United Nations. Different things about our teachings that we know, like it's A, B, C, D, E, F, G. He's still not aware of. But again, a lot of it, I would imagine, is from his lack of participation in really the teachings that TEACHA is teaching. Everybody can give our teacher respect, but can you humble yourself and look at a lesson? And he's a teacher, or that was the main thing, or praise from just your records alone of how much it taught them. But it's like, no, he's really teaching. And maybe you should pay attention to that as well. So that was my experience with DJ Hollywood. And unfortunately, he really doesn't like this guy's, hold on, how could I do it? This guy's story. And the credit that people are giving him. But I think it's a misunderstanding, and I was trying my best to make him understand that, and also explain to him he's getting older, and he really, or for the sake of hip hop's reputation, a lot of that should be squashed down and figure out how they could work together, or forget the stories, and we can all agree that it came from God. So it's, to me, it's people are, we have the choice as the future of hip hop to decide that. But again, or otherwise, and he didn't like this either, because I mentioned to him, said you just may have to have more than one history, and the people will have to decide for themselves what is what. That's unfortunate, but again, if the trying to decide whose history is what, if that is going to end up in argument and fights, and then no conclusion is made, hip hop can't move forward like that, or there's no advancement of hip hop from that occurring. So And I highly doubt at their ages that anybody is going to say, okay, I understand now, and I think you're right.
You don't hold your breath on that one.
Right.
So what about Breakout? DJ Breakout, DJ for Funky 4+1 More. He doesn't get too much shine, and you caught that interview. What was
yes,
that?
Indeed. It for DJ Breakout, it's apparent that there are so many stories, or he actually started an organization himself, which many of the pioneers that we know today, even Flash himself was a part of their organization, which was called the Brothers Disco. Now, what you have to understand is that when DJs, or as we give credit, even DJ Kool Herc, the purpose of the Herculords was to have multiple DJs to be able to come on. Sure, Herc is the feature, and why you're coming, you know, it's a Kool Herc party, but you're expecting the Herculords to show up. This is kind of the same situation of which DJ Breakout and DJ Baron end up coming together to form the Brothers Disco. As they form this, essentially what they're doing is they're combining their system in order to make one system. This is one of the major things that come together, is they both have systems, but to put it together, they end up making this system that they called Sasquatch. And this was a system that was battling other DJs at the parties. You also have to understand that the battle wasn't a battle in which somebody actually technically judged. Again, it was for everyone to decide themselves at the end of it who won, but they still showed up to battle, and knowing that, all right, I'm bringing my whole system. Now imagine that, unlike today, you're going to a place, they already have the system set up. You go on, you get off, next person goes on, they get off, and so on. Back then, you weren't playing on somebody else's set unless you were down with them. So you had to totally bring your own system in order to be considered a DJ. And then you can't leave out the technical side of it, of the engineers that were available, who weren't necessarily certified engineers, but they were engineers nonetheless, and that they would help these people construct their system. So it was almost like the DJ was responsible for paying for his speakers, but he didn't necessarily have the knowledge of how to put them together in order to do it, and they would hire somebody else. In the Bronx, Tony Tone, this is where DJ Tony Tony, he was notorious for being able to set up or help you set up your system in order for the party to go down. So DJ Breakout and DJ Baron end up becoming partners. DJ Tony Tone told me a story on the side about how literally he was asked to battle. And then this is at a time where DJs are getting different skills, and the skill level is rising. And Tony Tone said, I'm not that type of DJ. I don't battle like that. And he said DJ Breakout was like his best friend at school. And he's sitting at lunch, but they never talked to each other. Or Breakout never told Tony Tone that he was a DJ. And then Tony Tone said, I'll do it. And or Breakout said, I'll do it. And Tony Tone was like, what are you talking about? You don't DJ. So yes, I do. I got the records. I got everything. And so he's like, okay, yeah. And he vouched for him. And then this ended up making him popular because he was able to start off in back then in a major battle and get that recognition to rock a party. But his main thing was coming to the party, DJing for an hour and breaking out, to leave the mystique about him, or you only get an hour of him, but then his partner, DJ Baron, takes over and plays for the rest of the night. And so DJ Breakout ends up talking a lot about how, or they end up forming the group, of how money became an issue at some point, and what everybody should know, because of the DJs were the main attraction well before MCs were on. They were known to handle the money. They would handle the money, and then they got to pay their group. It ends up switching the more the MCs get popular, and now the MCs want more money, and the people don't, or start to shift, whereas they don't want the DJ without that group, or they don't want the DJs without the MCs. But so they end up having this, or they had applications that they would put out, essentially say, if you want to get down with the Brothers Disco, fill out this application. If something comes up where you need it as a back or something, we'll give you a call and see what's up. So, but a lot, DJ Tony Tone ended up becoming a part of that. They mentioned Grandmaster Flash ended up becoming a part of that. Different things. It seems to me as though the Bronx itself does start off in unity, or at least in helping each other, and not necessarily, sure, they want to battle, but it did have a lot of love involved, of which it wasn't such, or the way it is today, where it's all got to be me, and I just wanted to be me. So it was crazy enlightening. I extended the questions a little bit, asked them how they felt about Hip Hop City. They all loved the idea. Everybody across the board asked them how they felt about hip hop being spiritual. DJ Breakout got a little scared right there. He ended up coming around to it, but he was still like but then he ended up saying, "No, okay, I guess it's spiritual. I guess it is spiritual." Because DJ Baron had a totally different outlook. He said, "No, this music is definitely spiritual." He said, "I saw it, saw the way it touched people. I saw what it did to our community, how it brought us all together, and all the above." So that, and we don't know nothing about that. It's like Funky 4+1 More becomes a passing name, and they're just not seen like that. But from the stories that I heard, and also from flyers that I saw flyers at DJ Tony Tone's house, and it was on a poster board, and this is what's so wild about it, is all I see is Brothers Disco, Brothers Disco, Brothers Disco, Brothers Disco, Brothers, on all these flyers. And then you have the names of all the people that we know, but Brothers Disco's always at the top. I'm like, wait a minute, obviously me, I'm like, okay, that's Disco. No. Disco was just the name of a spot, in a sense, and they even said they just came up with a name. DJ Breakout said, "I never liked the name," because it, especially, I'm sure, once it really became hip hop. But again, this is before the name hip hop, and this is just, or they're just using what's popular. in order for themselves to get popular themselves. But so all of this was incredibly enlightening, and I was able to. I told them, or I didn't lie. I was gonna sit there and act like I know. And they asked me my age, and they said, "No, you don't know." I was like, "You're right." But no, I think it's important for everybody to know that when you step in, you want to get their information, and you, of course, the information that you've done research on, but listen to the stories for real, and the more stories that you get, you'll be able to see how it connects it, or where the disconnect is, which then will give you the right answer. They also were unaware of May 16th, 2001, and the Declaration of Peace at the United Nations. And was upset about it. Cussed Tony Tone out about it. Say, you didn't tell us. You went. You didn't let us know. And he was like, but then they was like, in Cool Hurt, he was there. He didn't let us know. Bambada was there. He didn't let us know. And it's like, right, these dudes are friends, and they're not enemies like that. And so when certain things happen like this, it is a little weird to not inform somebody as important, I would say, as them, to let your brother know, or the same dude that you call on the phone, y'all talk all the time, and you're not going to let him know when this wonderful thing is happening for the culture that we all helped create at that time. That to me shows where some of the problems lie and can be fixed, so that it is when or it can't be about me when it's hip hop. When it's hip hop, it's all of us, or it just could be really mistaken. I don't want to say anything more than that, but for you not to let your brother know what's going on and how that they can participate and be a part of something, especially as important as being declared an international culture of peace, something that you helped do. That's a little weird to me.
To shed some light on that as well, that back then too, and not to incriminate anyone, but just to speak truth, a lot of these guys, obviously, they didn't believe in hip hop in that way. The only other organizations that really, not even really, I would say, hinted toward hip hop being a culture was Zulu Nation and Rhythm Cultural Institute, which is Harry Allen's organization. And it was really in a name. It was really named Rhythm Cultural Institute. But I give Harry Allen the respect on that, because even though I was running around yelling culture from Criminal Minded, I'm documented in '87 on that one. But the way everyone received it, and it's funny because today we say hip hop culture, it's no big deal. Right. It's like this, but back in '87, '88, '89, to say hip hop culture meant you was going against black culture, or at least that's how it was perceived. So many times I got hit with the question, so you ain't black no more? And I tell them, no, I'm not. And then the argument would start. I'd have to tweet that out and stretch it out for them, but that initial hip hop ain't no culture, it's a music. And we black. And that's it. And there was a part of me that said, okay, I see the blackness. I know we don't want to, throw that away. It seems like every time black people come up with something, we got to include everybody else. I understood that, and we kept that tradition alive as well. But it wasn't the truth. And if you're going to look at hip hop as culture, not as music, but as culture, if you're going to look at hip hop as culture, you got to look at every aspect of what made the culture tick. Mm-hmm. And even that's why I always mention people like Bruce Lee, who probably has nothing to do with Kool Herc or any of this. But Bruce Lee was such like, if you was early hip hop and you didn't know nothing about Bruce Lee, you was not hip hop. You was not part of this mentality that we was going through. Bruce Lee was right there. But that's that Asian connection that we always leave out. It's stereotypical because it's the Asian doing the martial arts. Again, that's all we can see Asian people doing, you know. But it was what it's Wu-Tang's whole deal. Right. It's Wu-Tang's whole deal, among other people in the early days. Kumo D and them used to have the gi on with the slippers and all of that. It was huge. And this is the point about talking about hip-hop as culture versus hip-hop as music. If you want to keep it music, you can say, yeah, black people dominate the music. Black people, you know, this is what it is. I would add Latino as well, but they were not dominating. They were part of. Black people were dominating the music. But when you go to culture, you know, everybody was in the hood. Latino, Asian, you know, European, specifically Italians, Greeks, and Irish in particular, was in the black community, you know. And so going back to just coming off of what you were saying about something like the United Nations being such an important situation, and these guys weren't there. Part of it has to do that they didn't want to be there. Grandmaster Flash walked out. Okay, he walked out of the meeting. We're there arguing with Flash, begging him, please. He came to the event, and then when he saw it, he was just like, I can't do this. I can't. And it was like, Flash, we're here to say that we are a culture. We're getting acknowledged by the United Nations right now. All the NGOs are here. Everybody's here. You Grandmaster Flash. Why don't you let people know what DJing is all about? We setting down principles today. Why don't you let the young people know? He didn't want to do none of that. He was like, I don't care about all that. Y'all do what you want to do. And I noticed that was the attitude of a lot of people. Yeah. A lot of people was on that. They might have heard about it. It was like, nah, I ain't really going down with that. Especially like when you say, you know, you ask Breakout about the spirituality of hip hop, and he got squeamish. Mm-hmm. You know, it's the same exact thing. 10 years from now, everybody will be on their knees for hip hop. Yes, hip hop is my spirituality. But when we first say it, it's like, well, I don't know, and blah, 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 and all it is. So it's like, you know, in a lot of ways, dudes weren't really with it. And by the way, Africa Bambaataa wasn't at the UN. He ain't come either. He sent Pop Master Fables to represent Zulu Nation. And Pop Master Fables did a damn good job. I always respect Fables for that. He came through and rep the Latino connection as well. It was wonderful. We sat down, and as an intellectual sparring buddy, I always remember that, you know, I have actually saw a film, me and him going over his speech and me saying, nah, not this. He said, no, but we got to have that because Zulu Nation thinks this. I'm like, no, but the temple thinks this. And no, but hip hop is this. And we went back and forth. And I always look back, I said, but that's how it should be. It shouldn't be no one person's opinion. We should all be able to come together, hash out the best parts of whatever we thinking, and this becomes what we go forward with. Now, in your own temple, in your own Zulu Nation, in your own Rhythm Cultural Institute or Hip Hop Congress, or, you know, in any of those, you can then go ahead and say, okay, this is what we teach it. But as a unity, we gotta have some basics, some just basic. Like, what do we think hip hop is? Breaking, MCing, graffiti, or DJing. Okay, y'all got 4 elements. Somebody else got 5 elements. We teach 9 elements. But can we just agree that breaking, MCing, graffiti, or DJing is we all can agree on that, right? Yeah. Right. So let's move forward on that. And this is the work that we were doing from back then to get that started with the UN. But I tell you the truth, it wasn't just the UN. There's no excuse, because we did Boston College, we did Columbia University, we did. I mean, I'm not gonna run that. We did 100 universities, and all types of Schomburg Center and clubs, Latin quarters, where we're meeting and discussing hip hop. And I'm on the radio. I'm on Kiss FM saying we're having a meeting on the radio live to the whole New York. Come down. If you part of this, come down. They didn't want to participate. Same thing with DJ Hollywood as well. You know, I mean, bless his soul. But I don't think he really wanted to participate. If you really wanted to get your story out there, we are the first to do it. We're the first ones to actually do it. Of course, I defer to Zulu Nation, but they weren't doing what we were doing. They were discussing Black knowledge, Africa. They was up in Bronx River talking about, what's the guy, Dr. York, and, that thing. They were gathering and discussing Islam and the 5%ers and York and this thing like this. When the temple came into being, we started to discuss hip hop. That's it. No York, no 5%, no Christianity, none of that. We started to approach hip hop as an actual code. Like, this is what it is. And we're not talking about nobody else. We're talking about this. And that offended some people. Right. That offended people. They didn't want to see hip hop as a culture. I don't even know how I ever had to say it. It's just what it was. It's now 20, 30 years later.
Well, DJ Hollywood kept calling it a subculture over and over and over again. And I was like, listen, I can only let you say that for so many times.
Come on, and look at that. While you was talking, I made some notes here that we got to teach them. We got to teach them humbly. I say this humbly and respectfully. Look at our job. Look at our job. And everybody who's listening to me right now as well. Look at the job. This is not just Temple of Hip Hop. We got some name. You got to actually teach the pioneers how to be pioneers. And I remember going through this with Grandmaster Caz and with Busy B and with Herc even, and with Bam. There's in 1994, we're there at the Schomburg Center, and I'm saying, Bam, we got to raise you up. We don't want to say Bam is God, but if you study culture and civilization, they're average dudes. They're regular dudes start the culture, and the priests, the ones who know how to build cultures, say, you know what, this was a prophet. This was a god or a goddess. Not just, this was just Cool Herc. This was just Grandmaster Flash. Okay, we know that. It was just Grandmaster. But as I started to do this, I was accused of romanticizing hip-hop. I'm romantic. I can't lie. Yeah, I was. Because I'm not talking about hip-hop like rap and, Herc is just Herc. Theodore is just Theodore. That's not our mission. That's not what we're doing. We are going to deify our people. Okay, that's what we gonna do. We look at hip hop as a divinely inspired culture, and that little twist twisted a lot of backs, and dudes couldn't really get down. Dudes couldn't really, say that. And then, of course, Temple of Hip Hop. Oh, come on, man.
Right.
Nobody was really messing with that. So I say this in a sense that, today, everyone's yelling hip hop culture. Today, everyone is bitter and angry because they are being left out of some shit that they felt they had something to do with. But when we was actually putting this together, they were nowhere around and didn't want to be. The ones who came around was Herc, Bam, Flash, Dougie. You know, these are the guys that were always around. Like, you know, you could always, anytime we were doing something, Zulu Nation was there. You know, like, yo, we repping too, and da-da-da-da-da. They came with their own shit. They have their own, you know, lessons and all of this stuff. You know, there's a tape that I just pulled out of my archive. One of the first, no, it wasn't the first. It was actually the week of May 16th when we were declaring hip hop international culture. We did a lecture at SOBs with Hurt, Flash, not Hurt, of Hurt, Theodore, Africa Bambaataa, and others there, Kaz, and so on. And in that, so I'm saying Hip Hop Appreciation Week is every third week in May. So after I speak, so Bam comes on and he says, right, Hip Hop Appreciation Week, we got to support that. We got to support the brother. But Zulu Nation is calling upon Hip Hop History Month in November. And da-da-da-da-da-da. And I listened to it on the tape. I was like, wow, you know, like, we're trying to keep one theme going here.
Right.
But even within that, we're all competing. We're all still trying to say, but my thing, and I got this going. And
well, you know what? See, now this is here goes the issue. Because Theodore said he didn't know neither.
But Flash was there.
Right. Well, and if you're at lecture the week of, what's going on? How don't you know?
Hey, say that again. You froze up on my end.
Oh, you said Theodore was at that SOB's lecture.
Yes.
The week of the United Nations.
The whole thing. Yes.
Right. He said he didn't know.
I'm just saying.
They might be embarrassed now. They're embarrassed. They may be a little embarrassed now.
Well, look, we're older men. We're older men now, and the memory is fading.
Yes, it is.
So maybe who knows? That was 20 years ago, 21 years ago. So, actually 20 years ago. So, you know, again, like, your point is well taken. I mean, everybody's running now saying, I didn't know, I didn't hear, I couldn't see, you know. But nah, dude, I was on the radio. We handed out flyers. We knew everybody. So we hit everybody. And it was actually disappointing when everyone didn't show. I mean, at the UN, I'm like, well, where's this one? And where's it? I thought, you know, again, dudes is hating. They don't want to come be part. Russell was dissing. Everybody, you know. So I was like, wow, you know. And why didn't everybody show up? You know, but we did our thing. And the ones who we needed to show up, showed up. And so that's what it was. But again, no one knows they're in history until it's too late. Right. And you don't know you in history until 20 years later. You say, wow, right, oh. And now you realize, damn, you should have been there. You should have took it more seriously. Mm-hmm. You know, in that sense. And that's the issue is that dudes didn't take this serious. They weren't taking any of this seriously. You know, and that's the point. And that's why we have the evidence. Because I realized that hip-hop is a culture from God. Period. Now let's start documenting this. Right now, my camera came out. That's why we have 30 years of history. And I was saying it to them while we were doing this. Dude, we're documenting the real history. We're doing it. This is what it is. And also keep in mind, we're still the only ones doing it, which is another piece. I'll just jump over to this other piece right now. That although everybody was criticizing, or not everybody, but some were criticizing, a good portion of legitimate hip-hop was criticizing. They didn't want hip-hop to be institutionalized. They didn't want, and not that we would institutionalize it, but the Temple of Hip-Hop is an institution. Like Zulu Nation is an institution. This is These are think tanks. These are bodies of knowledge, of people with bodies of knowledge trying to think this thing through. A lot of people didn't like that. You got to remind me of the song. I think it was my good friend Q-Tip. Shout out to
yeah.
a tribe called Quest. But he's on record saying hip hop ain't no culture. Hip hop ain't a lifestyle. You can't feed your kids with this. And he was this, and he just right on the record. And I remember you played the record, and I was like, "What you playing this for?"
Yeah, that's right.
But I forgot the name of it.
Hold on.
With the name of it. While you look, I'll continue.
All right.
But my point is that this concept of hip hop being a culture and a spiritually charged culture was not on everybody's lip, and a lot of people couldn't come around to that. And it's only now, 20 years later, that okay, now you want to come around because you're older now, you're wiser now. And I mention this because this is the job of the Temple of Hip Hop. And it's important for everybody on this call to really understand the mission, really understand what is actually going on. The present creates the past. I'm going to say it again. The present creates the past and the future. And it's a weird thing because you say, how does the present create the past? Well, you have a past that actually happened, something went on, but you're never going to get the true history or the truth of the past because no one can really document the past, or no one can really document human activity in the past. Human activity in the past is an omni event. And I'm gonna talk about that today in this lecture as well, in this talk as well, how the nature of history, and the thing is that as a temple member, as a template, first of all, you can have no ego, you can have no emotion, or you can have some emotion toward you can have some passion toward what you're doing. But when you're talking to the founders, the originators, the pioneers of hip hop, you're also telling them who they are. Mm-hmm. This is the uniqueness of a temple. It's not just about getting information and trying to be accurate so that we could pass this on to our children, pass legacy and heritage on to our children. But when you're actually talking to the pioneers, you're actually telling them also who they are and what they are about. And I've done this over many years, where now you have, many of our pioneers, many of our pioneers are talking about themselves as teachers or seeing themselves as scholars. I remember taking Grandmaster Caz to his first lecture ever for him to give it. He was brilliant. At first time, he got up on the podium. We was at some university. He got up on the podium and blew it away. I mean, actual scholarly talk, history, dates. He was sharp with it. And he didn't even know he had it in him. We got off that lecture. He was like, yo, I could do this. I could, get this thing done. And this is the role of a temple. It's the role of those who are the priests of the culture. You're not just critiquing or documenting the words of pioneers or the deeds of the pioneers. You're also telling them who they are and confirming for them who they are. We are deifying our people. I talk about Tupac, Biggie, Big Pun, Scott LaRock, and all the others, Lovebug Starsky, as our guardians. I don't want to say angel, the Afro maybe, but our guardians. That they if we don't deify them, Nobody else is going to. Nobody else is going to say these are our spirit guides. And they are. They're here with us right now. They want this to happen. Not only do I know that just because they're on the other side and can see the future and the past as one thing, but I've also spoken to them and interviewed many who have passed on. And they've told me straight up, yo, you got to do this. You got to continue this. We part of this. We want to be part of this. Don't leave me out of this. And right up to Lovebug Starsky, who we saw, and then 2 weeks later he passed. We saw him in Las Vegas, and then 2 weeks later he passed. He said right then and there, this is what it is. What the work that we're doing is the work that has to get done. But I'm just clarifying what that work is. It's not just about getting the information. It's not just about that, getting the information. It's also about making our founders and making our icons and our originators, we're empowering them as well. We're empowering them as well. So it was dope. I was listening, when you were telling me earlier, when you first was getting the interview and telling me earlier what was going down, you actually, you acted like a template, whereas you are taking in the information, you humble yourself before the teachers. You humble yourself before a breakout, a Baron, or this one, or that one. But at the same time, they don't know who they are. At the same time, you really don't understand who you are. And why don't you understand it? Because you are a humble person. You are a dude that just think, well, I'm just me, man. And I did this and I did that, but I'm no God. You can't put that on me. And they're right in their mind. Look, if Jesus was to come here right now, he'd be like, why are you calling me God? Like, what are you talking? I don't know about I would never call myself that. That's not what I'm about. But you know what? You are. And here's why. To our children and their children's children's children and the legacy and what culture means and all of that, no, you're going to have to take the position of God. You're going to have to take the position of spirit guide. You're going to have to take the position of being an elder in our culture. And the Temple of Hip Hop, for all of us, when you meet the icons and you meet the pioneers, you have to understand that they too don't know who they are. Right. And it's always been the Temple of Hip Hop that is lifting them up and saying, look, I ain't gonna front. You know what I'm saying? Zulu Nation's going through some tough times right now. You know what I'm saying? I'm even gonna front. Going through some tough times right now. But it's only the Temple of Hip Hop that lifts them up. And you can see this in what we're doing right here. Okay, we're not Zulu Nation. Many of our members are part of Zulu Nation, of course, or may have come out of Zulu Nation or whatever it is. Even myself, I'm a card-carrying Zulu member myself, sure, but I'm not intricately involved in the. I don't make no decisions there. I ain't paying no dues there. I have very little loyalty there. I don't. I can't say I'm Zulu Nation the way somebody who is part of that is. But as a temple for the entire culture of hip hop, it is our responsibility to help our people. We're not the ones judging our people. Our people are crazy. I ain't got to sit here and start running down the list of crimes. Okay, I ain't got to see. People are going down every day for some wildness. Okay, but he who was without sin cast the first stone. We're a spiritual organization. We're not here to judge, critique, diss people, cancel them. All this type of stuff. That's not us. And we know that is harmful to our own soul. Mm-hmm. On a high spiritual level, you never hate, you never diss, you never do that, especially not from your heart. Now, you could critique from your mind and say, yo, I don't like what that was. I don't get off on that. Yo, dude was bugging. That's legitimate. But to hold hate in your heart, to hold resentment in your heart, to have to form an opinion about somebody or something that you have no evidence, no proof, no facts, nothing. You just heard something on the internet, and now you're going to say, I hate. I'm never going to support. That ain't the temple of hip hop. And I have to make that crystal clear to those on this line. We get beat up. We get abused because we refuse to diss our brothers, our sisters. We don't tear down our brothers and our sisters. That's a no-no. That's not even hip hop. That's just Black revolution. You don't do that. Mm-hmm. But our people got problems. They got real, legitimate psychological problems. And either you're going to judge them and criticize, or you're going to help them get out of their thing.
Right.
So
this is what happened with me and Hollywood, really. I would say all of them said that this experience, or I know DJ Breakout said this is the best interview I've ever given in my life, or this is something I liked.
Wow.
More than any of my other interviews. And even at the end of me and DJ Hollywood, he said, "Thank you. Those are great questions. Really made me think and get into it. That was nice." But again, my approach was an approach of care. And he say, "Well, I'm trying to tell the truth," and I'm telling him, "Well, we are seekers of truth, and we want to know the truth and sincerely." And I know he knew that from what was being said. And so, as much as I mean, or you guys will have to ask Joey said it, or ask Pascal that. No, we went back and forth, but it was more of me. It was almost like a therapy session, more than anything, or me just being another side, but never to say that, no, you're wrong. It was never that. Even things that I may have thought that was wrong, I would never come out my mouth like that to anybody or who's a pioneer of hip hop, or really me, anybody. But no, it was just trying to keep the most respect possible, but also help him because he's giving credit to God. And I'm like, wait a minute. And some of the things that he would say did reflect a lot of the stuff from the gospel of hip hop. I'm like, wait a minute, I know he ain't reading the gospel of hip hop. And it's coming from obviously other spiritualities that would disagree with what he was saying about it coming from God and this, that, and the third. But that's a different conversation. But to see that there was that in him, it's like, wait a minute, there is a good character. And to me, to get down to the bottom, to really hear him out. And the questions, when we got to the I am hip hop, or the question was, are you hip hop? And he said, no, not according to hip hop. And I was like, what? And that's what he told me of an offense that he felt as though, no, people were saying he wasn't hip hop. And then I could see deeper into why he expressed himself the way he expresses himself, why he feels what he's feeling. And so it's like there are deep things. Of course, everybody wants to puff up and be like Big Man and not show that they've been hurt, especially trying to be now, or at least join in now to whatever, or they see the light now.
Right.
Now they get it. Now they feel, yes, it's a culture. Now they understand why a temple of hip hop exists. And again, a lot of the interaction with us is important for that, because again, if the best thing to me about these interviews is that we were able to establish a trust of what the Temple of Hip Hop is, what it's here to do, and how it can be of assistance to them. And that's one thing I pointed out before the interviews would start. I let them know we're a ministry archive school and society. We're not a corporation. We don't have super amounts of money. The money that you're even, and I gave everybody credit to those who paid their dues. I said the money that you're getting as your honorarium is coming from the dues of like-minded hip hoppers from the Temple of Hip Hop that care sincerely about hip hop and the things that you've done and what the future of hip hop is to be. And also said that they should reach out to us if they ever should need assistance. And I want to say this so that everybody gets prepared for this, because you may, depending on your proximity to where they are, it doesn't have to be Sun One. It doesn't have to be, or TEACHA is too busy. do what he got to do. But it's not about who does it. It's about the Temple of Hip Hop being there and being able to help them. I know one thing, I want to say it was something where Tony Tone has said, because or everybody should know Tony Tone was the contact really for this set of interviews. He made it happen. They didn't ask for no extra money. He wanted to be a part of it too, but he didn't ask for no extra money in order to do it. He hit up his friends to help out the Temple of Hip Hop. Everybody should know that. Now, after we were taking him home, and he had said he had an instance in which he set up a show for another pioneer, and the deal was that after they make this money from this thing, they take this money and put down payment on 2 other halls and do shows there and keep doubling up the money so they could survive. Needless to say, after the first show, he was like, I didn't see dude again. And every time I talked to you, he never mentioned it again, as if we didn't have this whole plan set in place. And he said it's sad that there's nothing in place to prevent that from happening. I said, oh no, yes there is. It's called the Hip Hop Declaration of Peace, and we first as hip hoppers need to learn that for sure, moving ahead. And that's supposed to protect you, and for you to bring that up, and if all of hip hop, or they should recognize, the United Nations recognizes it. So if they recognize it, you don't recognize it. Again, not following our own laws. No, this is where something, it could really be a benefit and hopefully salvage relationships or prevent them from crumbling, because people are doing this to each other within hip hop. I don't know how I got all the way over there.
No, but well said. Well said. Go back to the part about Hollywood was hurt.
Oh yes, he was hurt. He was hurt.
There's this discrepancy with him and Hurt.
Mm-hmm.
Cool DJ Hurt.
Yeah.
Where he says Hurt's the one who's this, and his, from
yes.
him.
He said out his mouth, he can't be hip hop. He wasn't born in the Bronx. or he wasn't in the Bronx when this became. And I think that even that, we do. But I said to Hollywood, I said that I don't think that's what he meant. He may have said that like anybody saying a sentence and leaving out a word and just say, you know what, whatever, the word was left out. But I think what Hurt meant to say is, no, he didn't start hip hop.
Right.
And almost from the things that DJ Hollywood says, he's saying he didn't start hip hop either. There are discrepancies of what he believes about the elements of hip hop, of which, so he's not coming to an agreement, or he's not joining in on the unity of thought of what hip hop is totally within himself. So he should fix that, and it should be clarified, because I still think after watching the Founding Fathers, because I was like, no, let me watch this and make sure at least my mind and my reflection is telling me right. And to me, what I saw was a DJ history, and not necessarily hip hop's history.
Right.
Parts of that DJ's history should be included in hip hop's history, but it's really a separate DJ's history, a New York DJ's history.
Let me jump in on that, because when you say a DJ's history is not hip hop's cultural history, this is, again, let me point to the responsibility of the temple, that no one has the cultural history but us, because we're the only ones that did the work. I say that respectfully. No, I mean, again, we refer to Zulu Nation again. They didn't do the work. Okay, they did not do the work. We did the work. We brought them in. We brought Harry Allen in. We brought Flash in. We brought all these people in and said, let's come together and form a consensus on this, and produce our hip hop Declaration of Peace, among other conferences and stuff we did it, even down to the Gospel of Hip Hop. This is a conglomerate of thought. This is what we've been hearing, saying, wishing, visualizing all together. And it's like, what a heavy responsibility. It's not really heavy, but what a heavy responsibility we have, that if we botch this up, we're the only ones with the culture, because May 16, 2001 is when hip hop was declared a culture. Period.
Right.
There's no period. Everybody else talked about it. Time Magazine got Lauryn Hill on the cover, Hip Hop Nation, and all of this stuff. Everybody talked community, culture, nation, but nobody did anything. Nobody put no money down. Nobody gathered no one together. No one was neutral enough to say, I'm doing this only on behalf of hip hop. I'm not doing it on behalf of what I did or what I contributed, or, you my man, so I'm going to hook you up. And we against them, so we ain't going to say nothing. This is hip hop's history too. And that's why we every 10 years, we take another look at hip hop's history. And look at this. Now, we've been documenting hip hop's history for 40 years. Okay, just take a look at this. Okay, a hardcore 30, a full 40, but let's say a hardcore 30. Okay, we've been documenting hip hop. I just found out that DJ Breakout's name comes from the fact that he said, I will play for an hour and then I'm gonna break out.
Right.
He's called DJ Breakout.
Well, he had 3 different days. We gotta watch it in full. And had the choice. Somebody gave him the name, but then that's what he would do.
Right. Okay.
Essentially, is he just do an hour, and he says, all you get to see me for. But again, that it's something to say again of why you leaving.
Right.
I understand if it is to make, or you're creating this thing purposely. Not sure if that's what it was.
this is I can't emphasize enough our role, and what you did this weekend was definitely a lift up to the temple. I advise all of us to do the same. I'm in Atlanta. I'm gonna go dig up T.I. and all these outcasts. I'm ready to go hit these dudes up and go fight. And they want to talk too. I'm quite sure. They'll say, "Well, they don't consider me hip hop because I'm trap." Or whatever their deal is. Outkast used to come to temple meetings when we had our temple in Atlanta back in the days. Outkast, Goody Mob, all of them were at the temple. But because somebody said something, or because the way hip hop is being portrayed today, or the way a lot of us are feeling like, I'm not really down, and I'm not, and that hurts. That hurts too. It's like, damn, you want to be down, but you can't, and that also makes people adversarial to hip hop, or even say, well, I ain't down with that. No way. That's the posture, because you're hurt from being excluded.
Right.
Or the perception is that you're excluded. So, and this is important for us to really think about. We may need to call up Cardi B, may need to call up these people, man, the baby and these people, and ask them the question, are you or are you not hip hop? And let them feel whether they are. Say, yes, I am hip hop. Or no, I'm not. I don't feel I am. In that sense. But take a look at the mission of the Temple of Hip Hop, that we are actually accrediting on an emotional level who is hip hop. What a responsibility to have to heal your people, not on some.
Well, on that note of, now this is where, because I would say a qualification for hip hop, most importantly, is your character. And we had one that showed his true character. He couldn't move without. He wanted, first he said, I got 20 minutes for $2,000 from VH1. I ain't giving y'all no interview for your little honorarium. Like,
I heard that for 30 years.
Yeah, it was like, okay. I was about to say something, and it was like, oh, no. Okay, that's just is what it is. The same guy keeps calling everybody he hears about being in it, because they're all talking. He's the only one who said this.
Who is that?
I don't want to say it on this call. But so he called it up. He said, call me when you're done with the interview. Let me know what it was. So needless to say, and then he hit up today and said, all right, give me this amount and I'll do it. And we're like, no. We already gave, for one, we're giving everybody this equal amount.
Right.
And you can't be any, then that makes it disrespectful to the other ones who clearly you're going to tell afterwards.
Right.
I got them to give me this. No, we can't do that. This is what it is. And one other couldn't show up because they thought it was going to be you.
Yeah.
Once they realized it was Sun One, they said they declined. And they even came around too. Unfortunately, I don't know if our schedule is going to permit to be able to make it happen.
But see, again, go back to what you were saying about character. Take a look at that. I mean, look how the history is formed based on that. I've been dealing with this for years, dudes, and I wasn't even saying a $300 honorarium. I wasn't even saying that. I'm saying I'll give you what you want. Well, I want 10 G. Well, come on, man. Like what? Like, come on. And it's like, but again, now when our film comes out or our teachings are on deck, and we say we got this knowledge from X, Y, Z. Okay, you ain't included. You ain't part. And now you're going to feel 20 years from now, or your children are going to feel 20 years from now, I'm not hip-hop. My father did this. My mother did that. My grandmother, Nope, but when it was time to actually put yourself down, I will say a name on this call. Ernie Panacoli. Let's say it out loud. Ernie Panacoli.
Oh no.
Okay? And I say it because he's a friend. He's still a friend of mine. He's still a family member, no doubt. Native American Ernie Panacoli, who was also at the UN and spoke at the UN on behalf of Native Americans and so on. We appreciated his talk. But when we went back to his house, we had to go. We went to his house. You remember that, right?
He posts the picture to this day.
We went to his house, okay, and begged him, please, Ernie, you got all these photos, okay? We said, we're doing a hip-hop exhibit. Why don't you lend us, I think I said 20 or 25 of them. And I was willing to purchase them. We said, we'll buy them from you. He said, okay. Then he wants to hand us, I don't know what it was.
No, let me tell it a little more accurately. Teacher said he wanted the amount of photos that he wanted, and said to Ernie, name your price. Ernie, in my opinion, named a crazy price. Teacher said, nope, that's your price. Let's do it. So everything was cool. We left there. We took pictures. I have the pictures of his pictures in my phone to this day that we selected that we wanted to use for this exhibit. Exhibit was about to be blowed out crazy. And then for whatever reason, so we're literally getting ready to send to him, and then he sends us back a stipulation saying I have to be there for the display of my photos. And it was like, wait a minute, so we have to take you all over the world with us to watch your photos? And it's like, wait, Brother Ernie, we're the Temple of Hip Hop. We love you. We love your photos. We're going, there's no way it's going to be out there looking wrong. He said, nope. I want it, nope. I got to approve everything. The photos got to come to me first. I want to mount it a certain way. I want the frames a certain way. This is it. And we're like, no, or unfortunately, I believe we're getting ready to leave to Europe very shortly. It was like, no, Brother Ernie, we're moving too fast for that. Please trust us. I don't know what to say. And it was like, no, I think we asked 3 times, asked one more. I asked to ask one more time because I really just didn't understand it. Because again, we went to his house.
It was crazy.
Took pictures with his family. Broke bread, gave praise, back and forth, and I'll do anything to help. Word, thank you, somebody we can count on. And then then all of a sudden we were just left with nothing.
Didn't he? I asked for JPEG. I asked for files.
Yes, he said he'll never do that.
He said he'll never get. So I said, what are we buying then? What are we buying?
This. You're buying this. It is so much stuff. See, he does get love. He right there. This is what you get. You get this every time, and it's got to go through him. So you have to pay for it to go to his house, or you have to pay for him to go get it printed up, pay for the thing, and then pay for him to ship it to you.
See, this is crazy.
Right. And it was an exorbitant, I'm telling y'all, for him to know what the Temple of Hip Hop is, and the fact that we're not getting help that it is coming from us. And not to mention, we had a whole I had a whole marathon raising up money to or like $4,000, $7,000, something like that, for his flooded basement when his pictures were in danger, for him to get it fixed. This is like maybe 2 years before this. The Temple of Hip Hop just did this for him. And again, we're asking for isn't even crazy. And unfortunately, he wouldn't do it.
Well, see, the point is, the reason I bring that story up, and I think he is going to come around. Let me also add that to the conversation. He will come into consciousness at some point
No
and
doubt.
realize I'm bugging, okay? But we went on and did the exhibit without him.
Right.
And we went all through Europe. Dude's heads was blown, okay? We went to the Get Down. We went to all these places, gave lectures in front of it, set up after the concerts. We had some seminars going. People were thoroughly amazed at what we just did for ourselves. But then he's left out.
Right.
And this is what I'm saying is that, so go back to the guy you were saying who says, you know, I want this amount. We're telling you what it is. And he said, no, I want this amount. Now you left out. And I say this to bring the whole conversation back around about everybody who said they wasn't there. I couldn't see it. Nobody told me. I give you the benefit of your memory. Okay, maybe you forgot. But the general attitude, the general character of these pioneers and originators is exactly this. Pay me, or I don't tell the story. And even when you approach them and say, okay, we'll pay, they still bucket. It's still on some craziness. And that craziness leaves you out of history. Leaves you out of history. Your legacy, your lineage, leave you out of history. So, look, that's what that is. So I'll put a period on this because I guess we get the point. And the point is that the Temple of Hip Hop has a specific role in hip hop. You know, we ain't the type to be gossiping and pointing fingers and judging people. We're looking at this as heritage. We have to transfer hip hop to the next generation. We have to come up with effective knowledge, not just you did this and we're going to talk about you. No, how does your life or your life work help our children in the next generation? Why do we need to know you? You know, and I know that's hard. You and I talk about that all the time in that sense. But this is what it is. Why do we need to preserve anything you did?
Right.
You know, and of course we say, okay, we know what it is. Everybody's legacy needs to be preserved. And we're gonna do that at the Temple of Hip Hop. We will do that. Everybody, the entire hip hop culture. And I mean people we don't even know. We need, like, you know, no fame and popularity. Like everybody on this call should be considering putting a bio together about their life, what you did, how you feel you contributed to hip hop, and send it into the Temple of Hip Hop so that we can file that and also extract knowledge from it. You know, according to so and so, out in so and so place, this is what was going down. And we're getting our knowledge directly from on the ground people like you, whoever, you know, those of you or those of us on this call. So I just say that to say that what a phenomenal weekend that was. We did get more information. We got more people to interview, but that was a good first take. And the part with Hollywood is the cultural part where, you know, I need to go and break bread with Hollywood, bring Herc over, and say, now let's get this together. You know, let's figure this out once and for all. But that is the work of the temple. We're not here to point for this. No. How do we move this forward? How do we bring unity? How do we fix this in that way so we all can move forward? One thing I want to bring up, I just pulled up the letter that we're sending to icons and so on. I want to read the questions just so us on the phone, this contraption, whatever the computer here, that you know what questions we're asking. Just because we talk so much about it, let me give you the questions, or at least what was on paper. I know someone you stretched it out a little more because you're there with them. But these were the basic questions, and I'm reading them because these are not rap questions. These are cultural questions. This is why we're asking them these questions. And so here's the questions, and here's what they had to answer to. So we asked them, what is your name? And how did you come up with it? Now you would think, somebody say, what is your name? And how did you come up with it? You would think that's a simple question, even a rap question. But no, it's not. It's a cultural question. What is your name? Don't think that because you heard their name on the radio or heard something on a video or somebody rapped and said, because I hear people all the time say DJ Kool Herc. And that's not his correct name is Kool DJ Herc. And so as scholars, you got to ask, what is your name? Straight up and down. What exactly is your name? And let them out their mouth say, oh, my name is blah, 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 or whatever it is. And then, of course, the question was, and how did you come up with it? The next question, what is your birthday and place of birth? We was working on a calendar. And we probably still are.
No, it is complete, but it's a little late in the game to release a calendar, in my opinion.
In mine as well. We are completing a count, and I won't say completing because now questions like this, what is your birthday and place of birth? We're going to get new information on that. But we also just need to know, what is your birthday? As a temple, we want to celebrate that. You know, today is DJ Breakout's birthday. May not be nothing, but take a look how we are gathering this knowledge is to look at the United States. A good comparison is look at the United States. George Washington is probably the worst figure in American history, next to Andrew Jackson. These are criminals, okay? Slave owners, betrayers of their own country, treasonous people. But America says, look, this is who started the country. So what they do is they discuss the whole guy. But they never give up the fact of who he is. They'll call him a slave owner. They'll say, oh, this and that. And he was raping people and he was stealing and shooting and killing. But he's still George Washington. And this is the part that a lot of people can't understand. They don't understand that part about when you're building a culture, building a civilization. You talk the whole truth, speak the whole truth and nothing but the truth. But you're not going to forget or put to the side your heritage.
Right.
This is the peak. And people think that their heritage has to be something good. Has to be, well, my heritage, you know, let's go back and look at our heritage. It was all great. And it was all good. No, sorry. No heritage is that. Every heritage got some craziness in it. Everybody, anybody, any country, any religion, you do some real digging on who their main guy was, it's some crazy. Or something that a future generation will say, oh, this is whack. This is no longer good for us. You know, so I can imagine what people may say about me in the future. You know, yeah, he's KRS, but PM Dawn. You know, they all, yeah, we can't, you know, the future may really look at that and say, yo, we can't get with him, you know, because of what he stood for. They look at criminal minded. Maybe in the future, guns may become something that we really get to a level of consciousness where we say we need guns and society more. That means the Matrix album, Criminal Minded. We ain't doing that. And the second one, by all means, we ain't doing that no more. What it is, this is what the future actually looks like, and we got to be cognizant of that as well. Let me finish that list. What is your birthday and place of birth? Do you know what time you were born, AM or PM? This gets into astrology, the stars, and how we could look a little deeper into the character of our icons and pioneers by looking at their date of birth and things like that. Plus, also, it's just cultural information, accurate cultural information. Next, what is your educational background? What schools did you attend? Very important. What do you know? How far did you get in school? And what is the influence of that school on you? What's your education? Next question. Are you a professional at something other than hip-hop's artistic elements? And take a look at that. Are you a professional at something other than hip-hop's artistic elements? In other words, are you a carpenter? Are you an electrician? Are you what else are you doing, or what else do you inspire to do other than what we know you for in hip-hop? Question. Where did you grow up, and where is your family from? Everybody's not from America. Everybody ain't from New York and the Bronx. I'd love to hear, other people, like, Herc's from Jamaica, Bam from Jamaica, Flash Jamaica, and others from different places as well. Slick Rick's from England. And so, really don't assume that just because this person's an icon from the Bronx, that they actually were born in the Bronx, like me. I'm born in Brooklyn, okay, but I'm known for South Bronx. I actually have a street named after me in the Bronx, and I'm not born in the okay. So you got to, and these are the cultural questions. We're not just going by what the record said or what the video said. When you and these people face, here's what you want to ask them. So where did you grow up, and where's your family from? Next question. Are you hip-hop? Do you consider yourself part of hip-hop's original culture? And obviously you said, when you asked Hollywood this, his answer was no, not according to hip-hop. I'm not. And that's a potent question, because there's so many ways to answer that. How you feel about this, how you get down. And I'm quite sure for Hollywood to say, no, I'm not hip-hop, there's a lot of people who would argue, no, Hollywood is hip-hop, la, 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 and so on. But he himself doesn't feel that way because of the discrepancies with whatever was going on. Mm-hmm. Next question. What is hip-hop to you? Next question. Who was your mentor? Who and or what inspired you to participate in hip-hop? Because everybody coming from somewhere. None of us are original in that sense. We're all being influenced by the guy who came before us. So and like you said that at the beginning, that even Hollywood said he was listening to somebody on the radio. And so if you ask that guy, he'll say, no, but I heard somebody out in the fields. And if you ask, but I heard somebody, my mama was saying that. And it goes all the way back, ultimately, to God. Mm-hmm. Ultimately. Who was your mentor? And who or what inspired you to participate in hip-hop? Next question. How do you remember hip-hop beginning? How do you remember hip-hop beginning? Not just its music, but its creative attitude. The attitude. What was the attitude that motivated you to pursue hip-hop? What did you feel like when you was pursuing hip-hop? Next question. What's going on? What was going on before hip-hop, which contributed to hip-hop's formation? What was going on before hip-hop? And now you get this new thing, which I'm learning right now with everyone on this line. I'm learning it right now, that there was a thing called Brothers Barbecue.
No.
I'm sorry.
Shout out to Brothers Barbecue, though.
No, word out. Brothers Barbecue, shout out.
Give them a commercial.
That's my son's restaurant in England.
Brothers Disco.
Brothers Disco. I'm learning now that there was a Brothers Disco.
Right.
That was the backbone to all, a variety of DJs coming together to present hip hop in this kind of way.
And the DJs that had major groups that we all love and respect today, the DJs started off there.
With this brother, no one ever mentioned Brothers Disco.
Right.
It was never mentioned. And I've talked to everybody. This is the first time today I'm hearing Brothers Disco. Today. Okay. This is what I mean about scholarship. And this is also why we look at the history every 10 years. Because hip hop is infinite in that way. And remember, we're only talking Bronx and possibly New York. We didn't get to the country yet. Okay, we ain't asking Luke Skywalker about what went on in Florida. We ain't get to Chicago. Start asking questions. Common, what's up? We ain't get out to California. Oh my goodness. With Philadelphia, each of these got a history of hip hop in it. Mm-hmm. And we got to know what that history is. I'm still learning to this very day. And we correct ourselves and we move forward. We add, we correct, we stretch out, because we're getting the truth and we're putting it together. And this is what scholarship is about. It's not about perfection of knowledge. I'm speaking the perfect knowledge. No, you're not, because knowledge is not like that. You learn something on Monday and you got to piece it together by Wednesday, but then you learn now Friday you was incorrect. Mm-hmm. Or incomplete is more the word. Right. You're always incomplete. And that's why knowledge is infinite. You just keep going. And it's a fun ride. A really fun ride. So how do you remember hip-hop beginning? Not just its music, but its creative attitude. What was the attitude that motivated you to pursue hip-hop? What was going on before hip-hop which contributed to hip-hop's formation? Next question. What were the common foods eaten at the time of hip-hop's birth? And this is interesting because when I answer this question, I don't really go to the foods like actually eating. I remember the water hydrant, the fire hydrant in the street, okay? And how they say today, so much lead in the water, pharmaceuticals, and we was drinking that water like it was Fiji water, okay? We was bathing in it, playing in it, drinking it, and maybe that helped us. Maybe that lead in that water and all them drugs in that water and the rat in the water.
Hey.
And maybe that created hip hop. We don't know. But if we don't document it, our future hip hop scientists won't be able to determine. Now, some future hip hop scientists will be like, yo, they was drinking that water. And if you have this much lead in your system, somehow your brain becomes this, and this is how we don't know. But
no, you making me want to go get some jugs right now. Okay. Give it to my daughters. Be like, hold on, you missed out on this.
Yo, or maybe look, don't be so quick with that, because the water today is clearly
right, like it's super.
It may be super crazy. Okay, Flint, Michigan still getting brown water.
That's just insane.
To this day. Okay, they still messing with the water in Flint, Michigan. Crazy.
Right.
But, I'm saying we document this because what did we eat? What was the basic diet of hip-hop when it first started? And you'll be surprised if we ask this question to enough people, they'll come up with all type of pork chop, French fries, pizza, it's all the unhealthy shit.
Those are the answers I got. Junk food, lard.
And you gotta know this. You gotta know, like, what was we eating? Because this is also forming the culture of hip hop. How did we get to where we got to? And food is mood. And so a lot of it has to do with that. Obviously, early hip hoppers were omnivores. We were eating whatever we could.
And how do we get to the point of wanting health, love, awareness, and wealth? Because I would say that a lot of that is why we end up wanting the health so much, because we clearly recognize what the hell we was eating as kids and how.
Word. Especially you taking me to the song Beef. Right around 91, I'm putting out a song called Beef, and I'm coming into consciousness along with a whole bunch of other people around me, but I'm coming into consciousness like, yo, these burgers, yo. But imagine, you're right about that. I mean, we're being influenced by what we're eating. And we're coming into consciousness saying, yo, the French fries and the pizza might not be an everyday thing. Let us try to deal with that. I mean, the history of hip-hop's eating is a whole nother book. I just threw that out there. Okay, next question. What kind of jobs did early hip-hoppers have? How did we survive? And, you go into what kind of work we were doing, what kind of average job there was, if there was any jobs at all. A lot of us was on welfare, living off our parents and stuff like that. A lot of us did have jobs, in that sense. You want to know that. And again, these are cultural questions. How did your particular art form come into being? And from your perspective, what is the origin of your particular skill, artistic or otherwise? What's the origin of it? How did it come into being? And we want to know that. Question. How has your skill and or art form changed over the years? What is being forgotten? So you ask these early icons, based on what it was to what it is now, what's being forgotten? What are we missing? What we used to do that we are no longer doing? Cultural questions. Next question, in your observation, who and or what was against the rise of hip hop? Question. In your observation, what activities as well as character will help hip hop to prosper? And what activities as well as character will destroy hip hop? In your observation, what's going to help us and what's going to hinder us? Next question. What should hip hop's children know regarding their past? What must never be forgotten? Like what do our children have to know regarding their past? What must never be forgotten regarding hip hop? And the final question. What would you like to see hip hop accomplish in the future as a global culture? What would you like to see it accomplish as a global culture? These are among the questions that Minister Sun One has just laid before the founders. And I will, and others who get in front of these founders and these founding fathers and originating pioneers, these are the questions we're asking them. And this is just some of them, because once you get into the conversation, like you just said, someone, other stuff comes about, other stuff pops out, and you just ask, that other question. But this is the basis. This is the foundation of what starts the conversation. This starts the conversation.
And keep in mind, some can't follow you even asking the questions.
Right.
They just start literally. All right. Hollywood's. We got to the first question. First of all, after he had already gave a very long introduction, shout out to Pascal White. He hit that record button real quick over my shoulder because we hadn't started yet. He was already going. So finally, I got to the "What is your name?" So state his name, but then that went on a whole nother thing for a very long time. But I started to notice in just letting him talk, he was answering those questions.
Right.
So he was going through shit, saying how things were, what we used to do, and this, that, and the third. So he was already. I'm looking at the questions as he's talking. I'm like, word, okay, so that's good. Okay, that's good, right. And then at a point, or I had to elaborate or get him to elaborate on some of the things that he was saying, but then brought him back to the question. Okay, now let us actually ask. Let's get to some of these questions and start going, or to try to get them. But again, it was just going off, but in my mind, it was just saying, no, this is or this is what you're supposed to be getting.
Right.
Right here, what he's saying is this is, or it'd be lovely to get him, because at first that was my approach, was no, get them to answer these questions first. Once they answer these questions, then give them the opportunity to go off and say whatever you want to say it. Or whatever questions I had with what they said, I do that and then give them the opportunity. But his was just too over the in so many different directions. But again, my point was, no, I'm not going to disrespect you and say, hey, I got these questions. We need to stick to the questions. And this is it. It was like, no, let the brother talk. You want to talk? You gotta get this off his chest. Let him get it off his chest and make it do what it do.
And that's cultural. See, that's the cultural part. Not just I got a list of questions. I want you to go through each question. It's like, no, it's a basis for a conversation that gives you all the information you actually need. And of course, whatever is not asked, you then go back to your question list and say, okay, let's deal with this and deal with that. But I can imagine what was going on. Once you say just that one thing, what's your name? Oh, here we go. You know, and it's like boom, and you run down the list. You know, I'll ask you this, someone. If we take our first break, are you prepared for that? Or get prepared for that. Let me go into our second half. Come up on our first break, and then talk about our second half. I want to talk about history. And make sure that we are all clear as well about the nature of history itself. And that's what we're dealing with on this particular call this week. We're dealing with that. I know I said last week that we were going to, and you addressed this at the beginning.
Yes.
That we were going to give a concert in that sense. But as you can see, we're all over the place, and literally. And we're getting these interviews and this kind of stuff. So, you know, at some point, the concert will go down.
Yes,
you know, maybe next week or the next, in that sense. And the point to the concert was not just to do the concert, but to not only talk about hip hop, but to actually express the elements of it, in which DJing and MCing will be the two elements that will be able to express, not just talk about it, but actually express the mastery of it. That's important to our study as well. We don't just talk about this. Oh yeah, let's talk. But where's your actual mastery of the skill? What part of the 9 elements can you actually express? So I wanted to do that as one of our sessions, to just go ahead and do that. But as you can see, we were diverted over because we had to run and go get those interviews real quick. And Son One ran out and did that, which also pushed our concert back. So I want to take a break now and come back with history. Talking about the nature of history. And remember, the reason I'm saying this to our call this week is because I expect us all to do this. Those that want to take this seriously, Son One, you can send them the question. It's basically a full letter that asks for the participation of whoever it is. We don't have to pay everybody our $300 honorarium. Some people might want to just willingly do this as well. But we offer something. If you have $300 on your own pocket, a disposable 300, make sure we know that. At some point, we can maybe reimburse you if you want to do it that way. But again, the members of the temple, we're bringing our resources to the temple. We're bringing our money, our time, getting in the car, driving somewhere, to go meet somebody to get this interview. There's about 30 or 40 of us. I don't know how many of us are on the line now.
71.
Damn. Okay. That 30 jumped up. Well, if there's 71 of us on the phone now, almost 100 people on the phone, we should be able to go to our nearest icon and ask a question. Pull out your own money. Maybe it's not $300. Maybe it's just $100. Maybe it's just $50. Whatever it is, but you offer the icon something. And you say, look, I got these list of questions, and we're doing this. We're re-looking at hip-hop's history now. Every 10 years, and it's all written in the letter as well. So those that want to do that, someone, make sure you
Yes, I'll figure out a way to actually make it downloadable off of our website.
There it is.
I think would be the easiest way, and also make sure that everybody knows that you're gonna have to have video as evidence, for the just so that we can't have people don't just send in the information and then all of a sudden the person can say, no, I never said that.
No, right.
So we ask that we at least have, even if it never gets shown to anybody, but that the temple itself has the evidence that it came from the person. And should we ever need to pull it out in a hip hop court of law, we have it.
And we will. Somebody gonna step up and be like, no, I don't believe. Or the person you spoke to years from now gonna change the information.
Mm-hmm.
But Mike, I've been going through that the whole time. Okay, they just changed. Didn't you just tell me this last year? Now you telling me something different. But unless you come with that information that was documented in video and audio, as well, those that have good recorders, you can also record them audio. We of course would prefer video in that sense. But if you in a situation where you ran up on somebody,
I'm trying to avoid. It's hard with that, teacher, because we have voice impersonators. This thing. Listen,
look, we want video, but I'm alluding to the fact that you may not be able. It may not come down for you like that.
Right.
You do have a phone where you can just hit record on the phone and try to get it like that. It's not the best. No, it's not. But if you could get a person to say, my name is DJ so-and-so, and you put a date on it, it's a secondary. It's funny. That's what I'm gonna be talking about. That the recording of history. It's a secondary situation, but you may have to do that. And of course, the third dairy is for you to write down what the person said. Now that's completely crazy. That's completely crazy to do it that way. But look, we're gonna take it any way we can in that situation. And like someone said, the video is the best. Of course, that's legal. There's your face. There's no argument. There's nothing. There you are, and here's your words. So it's really a video thing. But I say this to say that all of us on this line should be looking for that icon. And all of us on this line should be looking for ourselves. Point the camera to yourself first.
Right.
Put the camera on you and say, I am so-and-so. I live here. This is what I know of the birth of hip-hop in my neighborhood, in my area. I first heard of hip-hop like this. There was a dude up the block called DJ JJ, and he was doing stuff. And that is so important to our total body of knowledge and what we pass on to the next generation. So let's take our first break.
How long of a break, teacher?
A cool 5 minutes.
Okay.
Whole 5-minute break.
Yes, indeed.
5 minutes starting right now. I think my clock says 9:01. What you saying?
Let's go.
Oh, that's new. Gina. What's your story, man?
I see how far I get. I wrote a verse to one of your joints. It's totally not finished, but I'll see how far I get. Yo, what's up, G?
Good.
Welcome to the lab. And this is where we get it so hard and popping with beats, rhymes. I didn't bring my full bag of rhymes with me, but I did manage to bring 2 notebooks that will explain today's session. And so here we are. Let's see what we actually get. Hit that beat! Don't you fall for it. Don't you fall for it. Keep your head up, never let them get you fed up. You just step up, get your rep up, get your cash up, get your check up. The whole system's a setup. It's time we really get up. We've been about this revolution from the time we met up. Take it back, I got my fists up, Malcolm X in 88. But revolution only works for those that will participate. You are great, they are fake. Yo, it's time to demonstrate higher level mental states. Conscious people congregate. Show the love, not the hate. This is basic, no debate. But these people are debating. They should wait. It was bickering amongst ourselves and got us in this state. Yeah, the truth is inconvenient, but the truth is never late. You can't see what they be doing, how they thinking, how they moving. You can't see what they pursuing, making claims none are proven. Don't fall for it. Don't fall for it. Don't fall for it. Don't fall for it. We can see who is the enemy. Sovereignty's the remedy. You don't need telepathy, it's white supremacy. Don't fall for it. Don't fall for it. Don't fall for it. Don't fall for it. Bringing the raw, doing a tour. Government officials bringing the law. You never see what you never saw. 303, open the door. Knowledge reigns, that is the game. Ignorance, that is insane. Don't fall for it. The reps and the Dems are the same. This one's shooting us up. That one's locking us up. This one got us stuck. That one's out of luck. You can front if you need to. The cycle never ends. No justice, but in 4 years they hyping us again. Don't fall for it. Don't fall for it. Don't fall for it. Don't fall for it. If you thinking and you earning and you drinking and you burning and you really not concerning with the news and what they learning, don't fall for it. Don't fall for it. Don't fall for it. Don't fall for it. If you love it, never hate it. You agreeing, don't debate it. HBC, you educated. Your degree is highly rated. Don't fall for it. Don't fall for it. Don't you fall for it. Don't fall for it. Yo, me, I'm not a fake dude. I'ma keep it real. They see through it all that America needs a heal deal. America ain't really sick. This is what it really is. Gunshots and cages for black and brown little kids. Now they acting like they not the cause of how we live. Do not tell me what you gonna do. I can see what you did. Look at her, look at him, look at them, look at me. Do you see our interests represented in society? No, you don't, and you won't, cause democracy's a joke. Every 4 years, these same people asking us to vote. Nothing changed but the Range Rover switching lanes over. I remain the flamethrower. Knowledge reigns, game over. Don't fall for it. Don't you fall for it. Rodney King, George Floyd, man, we all saw it. So don't protest with the fines, but don't move with self-reliance. While the soul is being silenced for the religion of science. Don't fall for it. Don't you fall for it. Don't fall for it. Don't you fall for it. If you thinking and you earning and you drinking and you burning and you really not concerning with the news and what they learning, don't fall for it. Don't us in the courts, we are always taking shorts. They can shoot us like a sport, and it's our trust that they want. Don't fall for it, don't you fall for it. Don't fall for it, don't you fall for it. Take it up! Take it low now. Don't fall for it, don't you fall for it. Don't fall for it, don't you fall for it. This is not the regular, this is that boom, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. This is not the regular. Okay, so we're back. And what I'm doing here is I got my little computer here. I'm going to read a part of this is a section from the book Black Oustery, a book called Black Oustery. And it's not out yet, but this is a portion of it. We're not talking about Black Oustery. It's just a section of this book which deals with history and the historian. So while we're talking about looking at hip-hop's history, looking back again on hip-hop's history, we're actually talking about how to create history, how history is actually created. So let me just get right into it. This section is called History and the Historian. History in its common and most widely understood sense as a form of documenting the past is defined by the Oxford English Dictionary as, quote, a written narrative constituting a continuous methodical record in order of time of importance or public events, especially those connected with a particular country, people, individual, etc. History, is the whole train of events connected with a particular country, society, person, thing, etc., and forming the subject of his or its history. In other words, the person, thing, let me read that again. History is the whole train of events connected with a particular country, society, person, thing, etc., and forming the subject of his or its history. It is a course of existence of life, a career, a course of existence worthy of record. The American Heritage Dictionary explains history as a chronological record of events as of the life or development of a people or institution, often including an explanation of or commentary on those events. History is presented to tell a story about specific people, places, and or things. In the long run, the factual recording of a people, a place, or a thing is not as important as the story that is being told about those people, places, and things through history. When it comes to a people, a culture, it is the story, the description, the collective tradition, as well as the vision of those people that are explained in their story, their history. Such a history is supposedly a continuous recording of past events or simply public record. But in academic circles, history is thought to be a critical analysis of something or someone memorable. It must also be noted here that the terms historic and historical do not always hold the same meanings. I get that. Historic and historical do not always hold the same meanings. Historical is basically anything or anyone that existed in the past. That's historical. Whereas the term historic relates to one's influence on that past. Take a moment and take that in. Historical is basically anything or anyone that existed in the past, whereas the term historic relates to one's influence on that past. A person of the past is historical, but the actions, the influences, and or importance of such a person in that past is historic. Historical refers to the study of the past. It is like saying historical is the study of what is historic. Grandmaster Flash is a historical figure, but his manipulation of the turntable and mixer was historic. I'll say that one more time. Grandmaster Flash is a historical figure, but his manipulation of the turntable and mixer was historic, meaning worthy of note, something to be remembered. This is interesting to our study because under these definitions of history, historic, and historical, we can see how a historian is actually choosing what is memorable or worthy of note. Out of all that is going on in global human activity, the historian is choosing what is noteworthy or important to his or her readership or community. Therefore, if the activities of another culture or community is deemed not worthy of note or is considered unimportant by the historian, or the historian is unaware of such activities as well as the people that cause such activities can be omitted from that historian's historical writings. Africans in America have learned this historical fact the hard way. We have learned that we are indeed a historical people, but our activities in the past have not been seen as historic by white colonial historians. Thus, it is as if our past in their history never happened. Because of this, Africans in America have learned that all colonial histories are not to be trusted, and all we have is a colonial history. History in a colonial sense is literally his story, the white male colonist story. And this is important to bring out, okay? This is what we are dealing with when we are dealing with history. And now, of course, I'm putting an emphasis here on American history. What are we getting? The white male colonist story. You're not getting the white male sharecropper story. You're not getting the white male artistic history. You're not getting the white male medical history. You're getting white male colonial history. That's the story that's being told. These are the authors of the story. We're not getting a white woman's history. We're not getting a white child or white family's history. We're getting white male colonist history. Very important to point out, because some people like to lump all, when you say white history or American history, you think you're getting the white female history or the white mother history. You're not. You think you're getting the white child's history. You're not. You think you're getting, a history of some other kind of white male. You're not. You're getting only the history of the military that came into the country and took over. So, let me just read this part again. Because of this, Africans in America have learned that all colonial histories are not to be trusted, and all we have is a colonial history. History, in a colonial sense, is literally his story. The white male colonist story, the capitalist story, his story of his world. This is common knowledge amongst us, and this very historical fact is also part of our collective history, our collective knowing of history. The fact that we've been called to a false history about ourselves is historic, even in itself. As the so-called standard goes, there are two kinds there are two main kinds of historical sources. One kind of source is called a primary source, and the other kind of source is called a secondary source. A primary source is evidence from the period you are studying, a newspaper article from the period, an archaeological find from the period, an originating person, place, or thing from the period. The primary source is the origin of something or someone's history. If your primary source is not correct, neither will your historical facts be correct. A secondary source is some already documented information about the originating period, person, place, or thing. A book or statement about another statement by another historian, or an eyewitness to the period, to the person or place or thing in question. Those are secondary sources. So get this. A primary source, which is the first source for a history, is a newspaper article from the period, an archaeological find from the period, an originating person from the period, or a place or a thing, originating thing. That's the first form of history. The secondary source of history, a secondary source, is a book, a statement by another historian, or an eyewitness to the period, or person, place, or thing in question. All histories rely upon primary and secondary sources to exist, meaning that anytime you are presenting a history of someone or something, you will rely at some point upon secondary sources to substantiate your total point of view, because no one's history exists on its own. And most historians were not present for the history that they are now exploring. But what if your activities in time and physical space create a seemingly new event in time and physical space, and you are the primary source yourself? This slightly alters the concept of primary and secondary source materials, because even a newspaper article of an event from the actual period being studied, for example, which would be considered a primary source, can be questioned by the creators of the event if the article was written by an objective observer of the event. If the author journalist of the time who wrote such an article was still foreign and objective to the event being documented, I would argue that in the face of those who created and originated such an event, in no way can that historian's writings be called a primary source. Such writings may be called a primary source to all who are not originators of the event or the source. But for those who originate their events, they are the primary sources. One of the reasons why we run around trying to get the interviews from our icons and pioneers, they are called primary sources. They are the originators of the history we're trying to organize and put together. Primary sources in historical documentation are only primary if the originator of the event is presenting his or her own story, his or her own self in his or her own way. That's a primary source. Just because you have a primary source in writing or in some other state of preservation doesn't mean that it is a primary source in physical reality. It is only a primary source to you or to the historian because that's how far your research and mental abilities have gone or can go. However, to those that have created the event themselves, an outsider observing and then documenting that event can never claim any historical authority or accuracy over those who are actually the event itself. This is where the standard methodologies of documenting history come into serious question when documenting real hip-hop history. Traditionally, history is taught as cause, consequence, change, and continuity. Say that again. Traditionally, history as a science is taught as cause, consequence, change, and continuity. But all of these methods are affected first by the intelligence, expertise, and the personal prejudices of the historian. The question is, what is the cause of an event seen through the eyes of those only looking to exploit the event itself? The true Austorian, and that's a new word. I didn't introduce that because in the book it explains it. We're dealing with, the standard is historians. You know, you're documenting history, you're called a historian. This book basically argues that we need to become Austorians, meaning our historians, which is a whole different take on time and space. It's a different look at time and space when you're talking your own story, when you are the primary source, documenting your own story. History warps in a different way. It becomes something, you can't even call it history. It's called our story, oustery, basically, which is a new word we're introducing to the English lexicon. So the Austorian, which is the person telling their own story. I'm not relying on no newspaper article, no book, not even an eyewitness account. I am the eyewitness account. Let me tell you what went down. So I'm the Austorian. So it says, the true Austorian must ask these questions of all cultures being studied within a colonial context. And let me just run over that real quick. Let me make sure you understand every word that I'm saying here. You'll hear me say colonial a few times. Thus is the theme of this particular book. But colonialism is the offspring of imperialism. Imperialism is when a nation, a foreign nation, let's say, France is a nation, okay, foreign to Africa, let's just say, okay, foreign to, well, I don't even have to go to Africa. Come on over here to America, okay? So you have France, and there's France in France, okay? There's the French people in France. So they get it in their mind to come into this Americas from their country and set up shop. Okay, so the idea of extending your country into the territory of another country is called imperialism. When one country extends, like it's saying we're gonna make, we're here in Europe and we're French, but we're gonna bring our culture and our nation to a foreign land and set up there. The idea of that is called imperialism. Now, when you actually land in that foreign place and start setting up, that's called colonialism. You're starting a colony. That's a colony. You don't belong there. None of this, you ain't from here. But you're going into somebody else's land, somebody else's territory, and you're setting up your nation in their nation, in their nation, in their territory. So remember, the idea of extending your nation into another nation is called imperialism. Once you get in that nation in its territory, and you start setting up buildings and you start bringing animals over and people and all that, that's called colonialism. You're setting up a colony. Now, these words are important because those who are colonial, they come into countries and they disregard the history of whoever's there. As a matter of fact, they're trying to wipe it off the face of the earth because they're taking your land. They're coming to take your resources, your land, enslave your people. So we don't really want your history because your history is going to incriminate us. If we tell your story, it's going to lead up to the fact that we was doing fine until you showed up and started raping and robbing and killing and stealing and all this stuff. So we're going to put your history to the side. And what's going to happen is we're going to teach your children our history. Your history gets wiped away. Nothing. We don't even want you speaking your own language. That's called okay. We don't even want you speaking your own language. We're here on your land, and we're going to teach you our ways. and get rid of your ways. Blow up your monuments, get rid of your buildings, your structures, destroy your religion, run off the priests and everybody. You're now French. You're French. That's French imperialism as a thought, as a strategy, and it's French colonialism as an actual act. You're in the town. You're in this other nation, and usually to take from the nation. That's what colonialism is about. The only reason you're there is to take the resources of that other nation. So be clear with that. Now I come back here. The true Austorian must ask these questions of all cultures being studied within a colonial context. The question is, how reliable is the primary source information of historians whose main motivation for documenting the event or the person was to exploit the event and or the person for whatever social or financial gain they may have achieved with the documentation they've objectively obtained? You understand that? I'll read it one more time. The question is, how reliable then are the primary sources, the primary source information from colonial historians whose main motivation for documenting the event or the person was to exploit the event and or the person for whatever social or financial gain they may have achieved with the documentation they have objectively obtained? Like, they're not even part of what they're seeing. They're not part of what they're documenting. They're objective. They're on the outside. Okay? How real is that history then? How real is, and really dig to the core of it, because it really speaks to African American history being completely a hoax. The whole thing, like, completely a hoax. People don't want to say, it's offensive to say that slavery never existed. African Americans get up and all, what do you mean slavery never existed? But if you're a scholar looking at this, it's not that slavery never existed. It is that what we think about slavery never existed. 12 years a slave, that never happened. People say, well, Chris, what are you talking about? We have a book. There's a book called 12 Years a Slave, written by a dude who was actually there, and he was writing about his situation. Well, the Austorian would say, who published the book? Why do we even still have this book? Who's making money on this book? What's the point? What's the purpose of this book? And you got to read in between the lines to really find out what was really going on. What was really happening? Was this brother able to speak the truth in his time? Was he even truthful? Or was he trying to sell a story? Or they beat me, they raped me, they robbed me. How do we know that's true? Well, how do we really know it's true? We emotionalize. And we say, oh, that had to be true. Slavery was true. So what he's saying is true. And nope, that's emotion. Get to the scholarship. Is that true? Is that what really happened? And how do you find out what really happened? Let's read on. So I'm coming off the end of that sentence. How can you be sure of the information you're getting from colonists? Okay, their own possible desire to exploit the event or person, or hide colonial crimes, or place oneself in some kind of authority, blinds such historians from what actually caused the event or person, or what possible effects the event or person may produce or are still producing. They ain't seeing none of that. Okay, just chick on the tree getting whipped. That's all we get as history. Woman on the tree getting whipped. Man in the jail getting beat up. That's all we get, and we apply that to the whole of American history, or Black American history, African American history. We apply that to the whole history, when in fact that could have never been true. Because the other side of it is that, okay, yes, Black people did get beat, did get robbed, that we were hanging from the tree, but there are so many other stories with that one motif. For instance, there's stories that I got that show that you didn't just beat a Black man. First of all, the average slave, so-called slave, which is is a silly title to call a human being. But the so-called African, the prisoner of war, which is being called a slave, this person, the average so-called slave, was under 20. Try to get this, okay? Get this. This is fact, okay? This is not Hollywood. This is fact. The average so-called slave, especially before the Civil War, actually before the 1800s, from the 1400s, even in Europe and Africa and the Caribbean, from the 1400s all the way to the 1700s, almost 300 years, the average slave was under 20, meaning they were teenagers. Take this in for a minute. The average for all these millions of people, they say 5 million Africans were brought to North America. Well, those were teenagers. They were not grown people. They were 10, 11, 16, 18. Matter of fact, when you was 18, you was an elder according to the slave trade. And they tried to work you to death, actually. Many didn't make it past 20, 21. So who are they beating, raping, robbing? Kids. Instead of calling it slavery, we should call it child abuse. That's more accurate. That's why I argue in this book, and other scholars as well, argue that slavery never existed. It never happened. What you're seeing on TV never happened. Some people will find that shocking. Like, what do you mean? Well, the truth is, you see on TV a grown black man cowering in front of this white man. That never happened. It was teenagers and kids that are being abused by white adults. They're the ones going, oh, please, don't hit me, don't beat me, don't rape me. They're the ones that are hanging from the trees. They're hanging children from the trees. They're raping little girls and boys. They're burning and working to death young people. So this motif we have in our mind of slavery, there's a strapping black man getting whipped by some white man. That's a fantasy. Because the truth is, when that started to occur, which is closer to the Civil War, but even when you get to the 18 and 19-year-olds, after they got whipped, they ran away. They didn't stay there for that terrorism. They left. Now, of course, some got caught and were killed. Of course, many got away. Many more got away. They only show you, if you run, you're going to get caught, and we're going to beat you some more. That's Hollywood. That never happened. What happened was slaves, Africans, were leaving the plantation all the time, never to return. Never to return. Due to history of the Seminoles in Florida, before Andrew Jackson. Whole communities of people who got away. Young people who got away. Here's the other side. So you're beating a black man against a tree. It was known back then that black people had a higher capacity for pain than we do now. And you look at some of the white journals, the white medical journals, they was amazed at how much pain we could take. And this is what started the savagery. Well, I can't even say savagery, because those are some good people. This is what started the insanity. Let me just beat him, beat him, beat him, beat him. Imagine somebody beating you, and you just like this. It's like a fly. It's like it's bothering you. It's like an inconvenience, but you're not really in pain. So this is where you get the insane beatings, because you're not affecting this person. You're not. Your hit is not it. Then on top of that, you a scrawny little white dude hitting a full-grown African. Even your blows are not hitting. Imagine a baby hitting you, or a teenager trying to hit a strapping grown man. Okay, you'll feel it, but the arm of the teenager or the arm of the baby is not even strong enough to make you feel anything. This is what the truth is. And so you have the black man up against the tree getting beat. Not only did that black man or woman run away after that, but let's say they stayed. When they stayed, the mother of the son that got beat, who's in the big house, big mama, who in the house, who just saw her son get whipped against a thing, and she still got to cook master's dinner and still keep her thing together. She throw a little bit of arsenic in the pot, kill the whole family. They don't report that story. I got them. I got the stories. They don't report that. Oh, no. We don't want you to ever hear that one. Okay? But you go back to those newspaper articles from the 1700s where they say, we're looking for Big Mama. She used to cook for us, but she poisoned the whole family. She poisoned the headmaster. She killed the wife, the mistress, or the young kids were running around beating up other white kids. That's why they were getting whipped. That's why they were hanging from the tree. Because we was criminal minded too. We were running around doing all stealing, just burning stuff down, all types of stuff. Black people were selling cocaine, marijuana, tobacco on the slave plantation. Okay? None of these stories are in Hollywood. You're never going to hear any of this. The motif that they want us to hear is we was docile and weak, and the white man was over us, and he was just beating us and beating women and raping the women, and we just went along with it. That never happened. Never happened. Ever. Black people were fighting back and won the fight. And keep that in mind. Fight back and won. Nat Turner was one of 1,000 people. They only give you Nat Turner. Harriet Tubman is one of 1,000 people who were even greater than her. Imagine that. They say she's freed 300 people. Imagine there are 1,000 other women just like her that did the same thing, but they can't come back and tell their story. They're federal criminals. They could never come back and tell the story. The story is trapped in the family, and if the family don't continue the tradition, the heritage, the story gets forgotten. So as scholars, we can't just go with what we see on TV and in Hollywood, whose purpose it is to keep us docile and passive in the face of crime and colonialism and imperialism and capitalism and all of these crimes against humanity. We're supposed to accept this. And the way they got us accepting it is by calling us slaves. When we were never slaves. First of all, when the time was going down, we were servants. And so were white people, and so were Asians, and so were Indians, and we were servants, and we were the best servants. We created the idea of serving another person. That's why we was in such demand. Okay, this is what we're not getting, and this is what oustery is really all about. And I'm saying this because we're dealing with hip hop's history, and we just can't go along with what people are saying hip hop history is. So VH1 puts out here, BET says this is hip hop's history. Oh, no. You got to have your eye got to be a little more broad than that. You got to be able to see more, MOOR in that. Let me keep it moving. So let me just come back to this real quick. I just want to read this last. So their own possible desire to exploit the event or person or hide colonial crime or place oneself in some kind of authority blinds such historians from what actually caused the event or person or what possible effects the event or person may produce or are still producing. The aim is not history. That's not what their aim is. Their aim is not history. It's money and or power and prestige and or population control or criminal cover-ups and or resource control. These are the key points when studying a colonial history. What's the point of the history? Money, power, prestige, population control, criminal cover-ups. So they call us slaves as opposed to human beings. You don't enslave a slave. You don't terrorize a slave. You terrorize a human being. At least say African. And I'm saying this because get this in your head. Switch your mind. Get that colonial thing off your mind. Right now, CNN has a series about Lincoln. They're producing a series right now about Lincoln. Maybe come on tonight. Maybe on now. They're producing a series about Abraham Lincoln. And all through the series, you get these statements, Lincoln freed the slaves. Now, take a look at the statement, because most people just don't even think about it. But as an historian, you got to think about this. So here's the statement. Lincoln freed the slaves. Abraham Lincoln freed the slaves. Now look what they do. They give Abraham Lincoln humanity. They call him by his name. But these other group of people here just called slaves. Not even Africans. Nothing about human beings. They can't say Lincoln freed the human beings living in America. Lincoln freed the Africans living in America. That's not what we get in 2021. Okay? In 2021, we're still saying that our ancestors are still being enslaved in 2021 in our mind. We're enslaving our ancestors over and over again by calling them slaves when they weren't. They were Africans. They were skilled laborers that are being abused by some ignorant psychopathic people. That's the other part to it. You call the psychopath a master, and you call his victim a slave. That's when they have control of your mind. That's when they have control of your mind. So you say, he was working for his master. Ain't nobody your master. Listen, ain't nobody your master. Nobody. Okay, nobody your master. This is what these white psychopaths are calling themselves in history. They're giving themselves authority in history and then taking away your authority in the same history. So Abraham Lincoln gets to be a human being. And he, the white supremacist, frees the slaves. That's like saying the dogs. Frees that they might as well just called you an elephant. Like he just freed the elephants. Like, what are you talking about? These were human beings. These were Africans with names. Okay? No, we don't get that because that don't look right. That don't sound right. We got to hide these colonial crimes. So Abraham Lincoln freed the African Americans. We ain't getting that yet. And these are scholars. Remember, African American scholars are still calling their ancestors slaves. Black studies scholars, African studies scholars, PhD, are still calling their ancestors slaves. When we know that no African can even be a slave, etymologically, the word slave comes from Slav. Those were specific people in Eastern and Central Europe. They were the first actual slaves, okay? Rome had them on lock. Then the Turkish came in and brought it even worse to the white people in Europe, okay? The first slaves are Slavs, okay? Wends, they call you Wends, Russians, Bulgarians, Polish. Those were the Slavs, okay? They just transferred that title onto anybody who was being treated like them. That's how we get the term slave getting put on us, because we, or put on our ancestors, because we were being treated the way Rome and these white people's ancestors treated their own white brothers and sisters. The way they treated their own people, they start treating us like this and say, oh, so you a slave now. We're not slaves. We're not Eastern Europeans. We're not Central and Eastern Europeans. So just etymologically, you cannot call black people slaves. You call them black people. You call them Africans. You call them by their names, John, Bob, or whoever, or what, even that is, what is a John and a Bob? I can't even get into this right now. I'm just trying to give you an example of how history manipulates the mind and makes you see realities that didn't even really exist. They didn't even really exist. So So, on another note, continued reading. On another note, what is a primary source when there is always another side to the story? Any story. Our historians should also be looking for as many primary sources as we can find in the telling of our own story, because most world history, at least the history that has survived, was written mostly by the world's exploiters, or the exploiters of the world's people. This is what history is written by the exploiters of the world's people. The colonists and imperialists are writing the history that we think is our past. Free your mind. Let me read that one more time. Our historians should also be looking for as many primary sources as we can find in the telling of our own story, because most world history, at least the history that has survived, was written mostly by the exploiters of the world's people. This is why, as our historians uncovering reality through history, we should also look at history as Howard Zinn does. From the viewpoint of the Arawaks. Howard Zinn is a famous historian, put out The People's History of the United States. Great book, go get it, etc. I'm quoting from the CD series. I got the book as well, but the CD is actually dope. It's even better. You know, you could drive in your car, throw that in, listen to it as music. But we should look at history the way Howard Zinn does, historian Howard Zinn, from the viewpoint of the Arawaks when it comes to the history of Christopher Columbus, for example. Like, we hear about Christopher Columbus and all he did, but what about the Arawaks that he wiped out, diseased, killed, enslaved, stole from? What's their history? Howard Zinn is saying we should look at history from the viewpoint of the Arawaks when we are looking at the history of Christopher Columbus, for example. In his CD series, A People's History of the United States, narrated by Matt Damon, Mr. Zinn points out an example that when it comes to the history of the United States Constitution, we should train ourselves to see such an event, quote, from the standpoint of the slave. We should see Andrew Jackson as the Cherokees saw him. That's a trail of tears and him just basically wiping out whole nations, okay? Of the Civil War as seen by the New York Irish. Like, you hear about the Civil War, but you don't hear about the Irish being drafted into that war. And they wasn't even trying to fight. They were like, we ain't even here for that. But they got drafted into the war. And this also caused a resentment between the Irish and the blacks, because black people couldn't even become army soldiers. Just to go to show you how crazy we were, we actually fighting to be part of the army to go die for these slave masters. Okay. And the Irish are saying, we don't even want to go. Okay. We're not even going to this war. And white people say, nope, you're going. So the black folk are sitting at home and the Irish are going off and getting killed. And black folks sitting at home chilling. And that's the other part of the whole. And I say chilling because I belong to that history. I belong to the history of the people who say, I ain't going to no war either. See, you go fight for that white man and his glory. I'm not doing that. It's the same thing as looking at, you know, those who join the army today, with all due respect, you know, with all due respect, those who join the army today, you go ahead and do that. You got a reason for that. Those who join the police force today, you got a reason for that. Go do that. But that's not me, dude. I'm not going to Iraq. I'm not going into Afghanistan. I don't know these people. I have no reason for this. Well, there's a history to those people too that we never going to hear about. And this is what Howard Zinn is bringing us to. So here's what he says. Of the Civil War as seen by the New York Irish, of the Mexican War as seen by the deserting soldiers of Scott's army, of the rise of industrialism as seen by the young women of the Lowell textile mills, of the Spanish-American War as seen by the Cubans, the conquest of the Philippines as seen by black soldiers on Luzon. Like, these are the other histories. We're not even nothing, okay? The Gilded Age as seen by Southern farmers. The First World War as seen by socialists. The Second World War as seen by pacifists. And I would add in here the First and Second World War as seen by Africans. Remember, Africans fought in World War I and II. Okay, these Africans and not because they wanted to, they were forced to. Africans, Nigeria alone gave 250,000 lives to World War II. World War II. 250,000 lives. They was under French imperialism. 250,000 lives. And imagine, so you got the French in Nigeria taking 250,000 young black men and women, young black men, to go fight to save them from Hitler. And then Hitler is in with Germany. Germany got a colony in Africa called Namibia. Namibia. And they got the first concentration camps, which is called the Konzentrationlager, some craziness. The first concentration camps was not in Germany or in Europe. They were in Africa. The Herero is what these African people were called by the Germans, the Herero. These people were the first to be put in the concentration camps, worked to death, and thrown in the oven. Africans were the first to get dissed by Hitler. And German blacks were the first to get dissed by the SS and the Nazis in Germany. I'm not going to get into our German history here. I'm just giving you an example of, you hear about Hitler, you hear about Jews. The Holocaust, 6 million, nothing about the Africans that were in the concentration camps with the Jews. Okay, nothing about them. Nothing about the gypsies, a specific sect of people who Hitler was trying to get rid of them as well. Nothing about them. Nothing about the African Americans that went to Germany and got caught in the war, killed. African Americans, not Africans from Africa, not Africans in Europe, Africans from America, okay? Jazz singers and people like this, they got thrown in a concentration camp. Where's their history? So when we're looking at history, what we're looking at is a one-sided tale told by those who are doing the killing. But we don't get the history of those who were killed. They're dead. And their survivors had to flee and run. So we don't get the story. All we get is this military history. So many are ready to admit that we have been victims of biased, sexist, racist, and inaccurate historians. But few of us are ready to admit that we have also been the victims of sincere, reputable, accurate historians. Meaning that whether one is an inaccurate historian or an academically accurate historian, they, historians, are still only giving their interpretation of an event in history. As philosophers Ariel and William Durant has pointed out, quote, our knowledge of the past of our knowledge of any past event is always incomplete, probably inaccurate and clouded by ambivalent evidence and biased historians, and perhaps distorted by our own patriotism or religious partisanship. All this goes into history. Most history is guessing and the rest is prejudice. Did you hear what I just said? Most history is guessing and the rest is prejudice. Even the historian who thinks to rise above partiality for his country, race, creed, or class betrays his secret predilection in his choice of materials and in the nuances of his adjectives, end quote. This view of history and historians also applies to this study as well, and this is the difference between a historian and an austorian. Here, the austorical reader enters the study of any record with this in mind, that he is only reading the views of that particular historian in regards to whatever is being reviewed as being noteworthy of record. Yes, the historian can be as accurate as a historian can be, but still, whatever history is produced will be his view only. as the old saying goes, you can get history out of a historian, but you cannot get the historian out of history. I'll say it again. You can get history out of a historian, but you cannot get the historian out of the history. You're only reading his or her opinion. This is why the true seeker of wisdom does not rely only upon one source of information or one historian's view to make sense of the recordings of the past. It is not that the historian must disregard all histories because they are really only the opinions and understandings of the historian in that historian's time and culture. It is more necessary that the historian begins to really understand what history actually is. Knowing what history actually is helps to make one a better inquirer and recorder of human and natural events. It is here that the historian begins to see the omnipresence of both human and natural phenomena. It is here that the historian begins to see that human activity in the earth is really one event, one omni-event, without any individual or isolated beginning and without any individual or isolated end. Human activity is going on all over the earth at once. However, history as we know of it is the art of revealing an event as if the event existed on its own with no previous or prior influences. The historian cuts off the influences that led up to the historic event so that only one part or piece of time can be discussed. Likewise, the historian cuts off the influences that continue after the event so that the presented piece can have an ending. But in truth, the truth, however, is that all events are without beginning, without end, and without form. That's the truth. Every event is part of the continuous flow of events happening in the earth at once. This we call an omni-event. In reality, history attempts to document the activities of a continuously developing and changing omni-event. That's what history is attempting to do. Take a piece of this global activity, take a piece of it, cut off the end, cut off the beginning, and say, this is fact. This is true. No, it's not. It's your opinion. But it seems to be impossible in our time for historians to present an omni-history because of how they were taught to label and compartmentalize the events that they perceive. Most people perceive their reality in bits and pieces, not in waves and vibrations. So their historical reality becomes this happened, and that happened, and this happened, and that happened, etc. Most people never consider the cause of their actions, like who or what influenced their actions. They live as though they are in the earth by themselves, unaffected by everyone else and the environment in which they live. They live in earth by themselves. They're not thinking about who's affecting me and what are my effects on others. Equally, they pay no attention to the never-ending effects of their actions. The Durants continue. This is another quote from William and Ariel Durant. They continue, quote, "The historian always oversimplifies and hastily selects a manageable minority of facts and faces out of a crowd of souls and events whose multitude in its complexity he could never quite embrace or comprehend." That's what we're dealing with. End quote. History is created so that we can discuss parts of a continuously flowing omni-event. Otherwise, we would have to include every influence in existence that contributed to the event we wish to speak about, just to be closer to historical accuracy. And still, this would not ensure historical accuracy because we could never know of all of the influences that have created whatever we are calling historic. Because of this limitation, the historian is forced to literally create a history out of an omni-event. You understand this? There's an omni-history going on. But we can't even deal with that. Like I give you an example. Say you want to say, what is the history of okay, so Sun One was interviewing DJ Hollywood. So what we are doing as historians, not as historians yet, but as historians, what we are doing is we're asking DJ Hollywood all these questions about him, but we're not asking him how he got to where he got and what his mother did to bring him where he was and what her mother did to bring her. It becomes irrelevant. We won't even be able to have a conversation if we have to say, okay, so DJ Hollywood, okay, what's the history of D? And then J, and then DJ. First, let's deal with the whole history of DJ, just to be more accurate with this guy we talking about. We can't even deal with that. And then the word Hollywood, and a whole other thing. So just to deal with DJ Hollywood, we say, look, we're gonna crop you into a hip hop DJ icon. That's what we're gonna. And you know what I'm thinking about too? I should add to the to our list. I didn't ask whether you are a parent. Are you a father, a mother? You should add that to the questions as well. I'll add it as well in my notes. But I didn't ask whether you are a parent, and what are your children? What do you, how many children do you have? A daughter or something? What is it? And what are they named? So we can remember, and if you want to give that information in that sense. But I'm saying this to say, even though we're asking the potent questions of DJ Hollywood, we're still not getting the full history. We're carving out of an omni event that we could never explain everything. The history of DJ Hollywood's pants and the shirt he was wearing. If you really want to discuss the reality of what's going on, you got to discuss his shirt and his pants. You got to discuss, all these other things that are clear. The seat that he's sitting in has a history, and it's part of the history you're dealing with. But we say we're not going to discuss the history of the seat, of the chair and of the table, of what he ate that day. We can't even get into all the room we were in. What's the history of the room we're in? All of this is part of the history. We're just not talking about it. We're going to cut off the omni event and just deal with what we want to deal with. That's history, not truth. History. So, because of this limitation, where all we get is we have to cut out pieces of the omni event so that we could tell a story. Okay? Because of this limitation, the historian is forced to literally create a history out of an omni event. This is why we use history as a guide in our lives and not as the final definition of our lives. No one can truly know the past through historical or historic information. Therefore, it is not wise to base your identity, ethnic, cultural, racial, or otherwise, exclusively on historical or historic information. History is a socio-political invention for the unity, identity, and form of a people, place, or thing. Did you hear that? I'll say it again. History is a socio-political invention for the unity, identity, and form of people, places, and things. Furthermore, public history is more to do with building the present identity of a group than with accurately recording the events of the past. With this in mind, all national histories will contradict one another because the history of any nation is really all about the story that such nations have decided to tell about themselves to themselves. The illusion is that we all have individual histories as nations. The truth is that all human activity in Earth is one event, and it's all connected. The truth is that all activity in earth is one event, which means that history is not truth. Did I just say that? History is not truth. This is the truth. History is the perception and opinions of the historian. Historians, no matter how scholarly, only record what is, and in their opinion, noteworthy to record. This is, of course, if the historian is recording as an eyewitness to the event. Okay, that's even if the historian is an eyewitness to the event, you're still not getting the whole story. Not only does the historian record what he believes to be noteworthy, more accurately, or more importantly, the historian also records what is noteworthy to that historian's public. It is the community that the historian is attempting to teach that dictates the historian's values, which in turn affects that historian's writings. The historian will only tell his community or her community the history that appears to be important to the survival and well-being of the community. On one hand, the historian records what one's value system dictates one should record. On the other hand, the community dictates to the historian which history it wants and needs to hear. However, the key word here is community. Which community is the historian speaking to? Whose, quote, multitude in its complexity? Let me read that one more time. Which community is the historian speaking to, whose, quote, multitude in its complexity he could never quite embrace or comprehend, end quote. Which community, and even further, which interests is the historian speaking to? What is the point of the historian's inquiry into the past when such historians will never actually know such a past accurately? What's the point? Or even if they manage to accurately uncover some bit of information regarding the past, they could never expose such information to their communities because their communities simply don't want to hear it. Historians are well aware that if they give their community a piece of history that the community finds offensive or unimportant, the community destroys, discredits, or ignores the work of the historian. Driven by this invisible cultural code set down by public opinion, historians usually tell their communities what they want to hear. It is only when such a community collectively matures in some way that the historian will be able to expound yet upon another discovery. It is at this point that the past recordings will be subject to change. In fact, this is what I was saying earlier. In fact, the past actually changes because of present awareness. New information about the past is always coming to light. New discoveries, new evidence, and new perspectives change what we perceive of our past and the past. Not only does new information change what we think of the past, new information changes the past. In truth, it is the present that creates the past. New information revealed in the present changes the public's perception of its past and even its present and its future. In light of this, historians are inclined to expound upon the history that they may comprehend as a similar reality existing in their own lives or character in the present. Now get this. It is impossible for the historian to comprehend a part of the past that she or he has no experience with in the present. You get this? It is the historian's present view of reality, as well as the historian's own personal character, that shapes the historian's past view of reality. Actually, if an event of the past is not also a respected event in that historian's present, where the historian can draw understanding from it, it is as if the past event never happened, even if it is actually happening in that historian's actual presence. As we can see, historians can only study that part of the past that is also active in the present. If a part of the past vanishes with no accessible record of its existence, It is gone forever. The historian recreating the past for the present simply does not and cannot see it. We can look at many of the historical encyclopedias of the 20th century and see that even hip-hop was not important enough to be accurately documented in many century-ending history timelines, although historians did see various forms of hip-hop every day. Even though hip-hop has had a profound influence upon mainstream American culture, thought, fashion, entertainment, religion, politics, from about 1979 to the present, hip-hop still, to this day, okay, was and is not important enough for today's mainstream historians to include it accurately in their century-ending encyclopedias, dictionaries, and other historical timelines and definitions regarding the 20th and 21st centuries. How many other events, people, and even places have been overlooked like this? Just invisible to historians. And we think we got our history. And all we getting is white male colonial history, and then the limitation of history itself is put on that. So what do we call in African American history? We don't know nothing. Like, what do we call in Black history? We don't know nothing. Okay, we don't know nothing. But we running around saying, yeah, we were slaves and we were this and that. No, they told you that. And if your mind is connected to them, which is called mental slavery, emancipate yourself from mental slavery. None but ourselves can free our, my prophet Bob Marley. And he got that from the prophet Marcus Garvey, who first said it. Free your mind from mental slavery. This is mental slavery, and this is why I'm bringing it up. Hip-hop ain't connected with this. Our historians are not connected with this. We have free minds. We could see, and we know what's going on. So you want to push a slave narrative on me. Why? Because you're a slaver. You want to push the capitalist story on me. Why? Because you're a capitalist. You want to make colonialism look good and authoritative. Why? Because you're a colonist. Now, I'm none of that. Now, I'm over here. What's my story? And further in the book, I'm not getting into it here. Maybe I'll talk about it. But there's a way to see your ancestors outside of colonial history, a more accurate way to see your ancestors outside of colonial history. And it has to do with character and style. Colonial criminals don't have no style, so they don't include style in the telling of history. It's little things like that. So I'll continue. How many other events, people, and even places have been overlooked like this, or not properly documented, or outright omitted from what we are calling our history? In light of this, we can seriously ask, why study world history at all? It's all made up. Wait. It's all made up. Why study world history at all? History, it seems that the point to history itself is political. It is the invention of a socio-political group seeking to establish a cultural identity for itself in its present. What we perceive of a culture's past is only what such a culture perceives of its present. History, then, is whatever a modern culture or community wants its past to be. History is more of a vision of a culture's present and future existences than it is an accurate documentation of such a culture's past existence. So what is history? History is the story that we are telling today about ourselves and what we think of ourselves going into the future. So this is what we think of ourselves today and how we move it into the future. That's how we manipulate the past, because we can never know the past. So we're going to go back to the past and pull out those parts of the past that substantiate what we believe of ourselves today and where we want to go into the future. This is history. This is the science of history. This is how history is made. This is the point of it. This is the existence of it. It's all made up. Now, don't think that just because history is made up, that somehow it's fake or not true. Or should I say this, is that it's a lie. No, history's not a lie. It's an opinion. This is the point. It's a story. It's not a lie. It's a story. And the story that you adopt for yourself is the story that others are going to adopt for you. You know, we are only the stories we're telling. Okay, that's it. So you say you're a slave, so others around the world, no matter how rich you get, you can be the president. Your history is still a slave, so you're a slave now. I look at you as a slave now. Why? Because that's your history. That's the story you're telling about yourself. You say today, I ain't no slave today. Lincoln freed the slaves. Whoa. You're still a slave then. If Lincoln, look at the word. Lincoln freed the slaves. He never freed a human being. He never freed an American citizen. He never freed an African American. He freed a slave, so you're still a slave now. It's like saying I free my dog to go out and pee. I freed him. I opened the door, and the dog went out to pee. It's like once I open the door and the dog goes out to pee, the dog doesn't become a citizen. I freed the dog. Now the dog comes back, and you're still a dog, ain't you? Right. I'm not calling you a human. I'm not calling you anything equal with me. I'm not calling you none of that. I'm calling you a slave. So Lincoln freed the slaves. And that's what we got running around all through the United States today. Slaves. That's who was freed. The African was never freed because the African was never a slave. The African punched these racists in their face, burned their house down, and got free. That's what the African did. So Lincoln, they can't say they freed the African because the African was not about getting enslaved. The African fought back. But you could free a slave. Mentally, you can free a slave. That's like saying, I freed Barbara. I freed Steve. Okay, so I freed Steve. Steve, I've been abusing Steve the whole time. Steve getting abused the whole time. Okay, Steve, you are Steve. You just a filthy Steve. Steve, that's your name, Steve. You just Steve. And every time I say Steve, I'm thinking of it at a low level. I'm thinking of the lowest thing I can think of. Steve. Then I say, I freed Steve. You didn't even change his name. You didn't say, you're no longer Steve. I'm getting rid of that. I'm going to free Larry now. You're not Steve no more. Now you're Larry because you're no longer Steve. And now you're free. Larry's free. But Steve is not. That's what they did. They said, I free the slaves. That's why we still in the situation we in. Cops shooting you in the back in 2021. Breonna Taylor, say her name. Okay? This is the point. We still dealing with this in 2020. Okay? Still dealing with that. Why? Because you're a slave. They freed slaves. They didn't free humans. They didn't free African Americans. They didn't free hip hoppers. You know, they freed slaves. So free your mind from what they're putting on you. They're telling you who you are and how you are supposed to conduct yourself. We freed slaves. That's why we still going to jail in droves, because we still slaves. Now, some rich African Americans don't want to hear this. They don't want to hear this. That's why they don't like me. You know, you want to hear this. Okay, I got money. I'm pushing the Bentley. I'm doing my thing right now. I ain't no slave. I get to walk around freely until you decide to leave the country. And then your master comes and says, well, wait a minute. Did you have a passport? You have a passport? Did your mother issue a passport? Did your father give you a passport? Did your nation give you a passport? No. The white colonists that invaded the Americas and enslaved our people is the same one giving us permission to leave the country. And if you don't pay him, you can't leave the country. How is that not slavery? How is America not an outdoor prison if you can't leave it at any time? Even if I bought a plane, I bought the plane, it's my plane, I'm going to get in my plane and fly. You know you can't. No, you can't. You got to have that signature from the white man in order to get that. And from the colonial white man, too. You got to have his signature. You can't get your man. I can't get Zen's signature. And me and Zen get no plane and we going somewhere. Zen's signature don't work. Okay? Nobody on this call signature works. Okay? The signature that works is that military dude with the gap. That's whose signature you got to get in order to get out this country. So how is this not a prison? A mass outdoor prison. How is this not that? You can't leave when you want. You can't. We can't even drive down the street without somebody trying to stop us and pull us over or aiming radar detectors at us and all this type of stuff. We getting hit with radiation. You don't even want it. I mean, how many of us have seen, every time you go past a sensor that clocks your speed, sometimes they have them as poles, someone, you go past a sensor in England, well, throughout Europe as well, but in England, they have these cameras that take pictures of your speed. Anytime you go past a sensor like that, you get hit with radiation. You ain't asked for that. You driving down the street. How many of you that drive have been driving on the highway and suddenly you see the cop there pointing some shit? He pointing of what we believe to be a radar gun, there's no other word for it, that's clocking your speed. You getting hit with radiation. And you ain't even asked for that. So the object here, and I'm bringing this part to a close. I wanted to read one more piece, but I'm going to bring this to a close. The object here is to free your mind. Don't keep watching TV, movies, even reading books to tell you who you are. Slaves are given their history. Free people create their history. Big difference. Big difference. That's why we, here at the Temple of Hip Hop, we're creating our history. We know exactly what history is. History is a made-up story. That's what it is. Made-up story. We could never tell the whole story because it's an omni-event. And actually, we can. I'm not getting into that lecture here today. And as a matter of fact, let me get my gospel over here. There's a part in the Gospel of Hip Hop that actually explains this. It's called super historical hip hop. Well, you know what? I'm gonna. I don't want to hold the session up while I look for this. Maybe Sun One, you could just find that super historical hip hop. It's toward the back. I said I wasn't gonna do this, but now I'm doing it. Yeah, here I am. As a matter of fact, let me just do this. Yeah, the 18th Overstanding, the origins of hip hop. You can go ahead and just read that. You can just go ahead and read that. The 18th Overstanding, the origins of hip hop, track 1. I think it's page 708. Starts on page 708. You can just go ahead and read that after this if you want to get deep into how you could check how you could see history more accurately, how you can see history more accurately and not through this colonial lens, not through this colonial look where all you getting is a military history to keep you in check and make you afraid of these people. There's no reason for you to be afraid of a colonist. They're weak. The only ones, anytime somebody got to come with a gun Anytime somebody got to come with some kind of weaponry, they're afraid. They're a coward. That's why they're coming with the gun. That's why they're coming with all that, because you're a coward. You're afraid. And like I said, I'll admit it. Even in my younger days, we on the gat. We got the gat out. Why? Because we were scared. I'm scared of this next guy at the block. He makes me afraid. So I'm gonna go get this Uzi. I ain't gonna be afraid no more. But what's the catalyst? What's the motivation for the Uzi? You scared. You scared. What's the point of having any weapon? You feel threatened. And that's not to say, you're a coward because you feel threatened, but you have to feel threatened to have a weapon. And this is how magnificent many of our ancestors were: European, African, Asian, Indian, Persian. There was a sect of us, which I call hip-hopians. There was a sect of us that were not afraid. We saw your gun. We saw your bombs, and so we wasn't afraid. Now, some of us lost our lives. Some of us were enslaved, but we were not afraid. You see, people think the slave was afraid. No, it wasn't. That's the bravest thing in the world to do, to succumb to a terrorist. The bravest thing in the world to do is to tell a terrorist, you got it. You got it. What do you want me to do? I want you to put these chains on. I'm going to work you to death. Okay, I'm not afraid. Let's go. And many Africans were not worked to death. And like I said, most of us got free. And underline the word most. They tell you most of us died and was enslaved. That's not true. You can't enslave a human being. It's impossible. You can't. You could terrorize. You can make somebody be afraid of you and all this type of stuff. But really, you can't enslave no person who wants to be free. A person destined to be free or wants to be free, you can't enslave that person. You can kill them, but you cannot enslave them. And this is the point to the African in the Americas. These were volunteers. They don't want to tell you that. They say, no, we forced them onto the ship. No, they didn't. Me and son one was in, actually my whole family, actually. I can't even just say son, everybody, Simone and the kids. We all went to the Slavery Museum in Liverpool, the International Slavery Museum in Liverpool, made it over there. We went there looking, what do we see on the wall? They had a stowaway. And they just have one, They said this young African, they had a picture of him and everything, right? They said this African got on the slave ship so that he could get to America. Okay? They're not talking about that person who says, I'm going to sneak onto the slave ship. All you get is they're whipping men and women and they're whipping them onto the ship. I was in Australia, and the Australian history is that there's a group of people called the Crumps. And they were sailors that were tricking people onto the slave ship. So, not Crumps, Crimps, C-R-I-M-P-S, Crimps, look the word up. But these are people, they're sailors, and they coming into town, and they're telling you, yo, things are better over here. You can eat, you got jobs, milk and honey, you're gonna do it. And you like, word? They like, word. And you get on the ship, the door shut, and a gun come out. Now you like, yo, oh man, this how you doing me? Now you gotta think fast. So you say, okay, I'm on the ship, no problem. Now, if you like some of these other Africans, they said, okay, no problem, you got it. The minute you relaxed your hand, we chopped your head off with our hands. Smacked your head. Imagine somebody could smack your head off. We don't even comprehend that. Okay, imagine your head. You know how thick your neck is? Imagine somebody with a hand power that could slap your whole cranium off your neck. That's the African. That's who we're dealing with. They'll never show you that guy. because that guy will inspire you to start slapping some necks today. They don't want that. So I'm gonna bring this to a close. And the close is that in the scheme of our history, what we're talking about in the writing of hip hop's history, that we're writing our story, which means we're never going to be accurate about our past. Like I said, this is I learned something today. Okay, Son1 just interviewed a dude today or yesterday, and I just sucked down the information, and we're gonna get more of it. I'm waiting to see the interviews. I have my pen and pad out. There's gonna be so much knowledge and information that might not even make it to our films or make it to any other kind of presentation we're doing. But I'm studying that history, and I want to know, because history's never ending. It's never ending. You're always gonna find something new, because human activity in the world is one event. It's an omni event. Only God can really see history. Or see the omni event, I should say. Only God can do that. But in the gospel of hip hop, I show you God's sight, how you can see the omni event and deal with that in the gospel of hip hop. Homework for you. But I mention that because as we're writing our story, this is the truth of what it is. We're writing a story today that exemplifies who we are today and what we want our children to be in the future. Understand the responsibility of that. Understand, we ain't lying, okay? We're not telling lies and falsities about who we were and all that. Nope, we're not doing that. But we do have to create a story that our children find esteem and pride in. Also, take a look at the crimes and what we don't want to continue. Children got to know that too. Yo, this guy did this. That guy did that. That's in our history too. But we want the future, not only our children, to be proud about their history, but we also want the world, when studying our history, to approach us the way we approach ourselves. That's the responsibility. How do you want the future to see you? How do you want your children to respond to this history? Do they think they're slaves? And slave ain't even a word you put on a human? Is that your history? Is that what you think your history is? Snap out of it. Wake up. That's not your history. That can never be your history. Roots, 12 Years a Slave, Rosewood. These are great movies, by the way. I'm not dissing the movies. They're great entertainment. But leave it at that. Leave it as entertainment. It's like watching the Avengers. Okay, literally. I'm not exaggerating here at all. All those histories you see that say there's African American history, it is equivalent to watching Spider-Man. It is the equivalent to that. And you might be looking at me like, what the hell? How can that be, Chris? There are scholars that are doing this and they got people. Sorry. I'm pointing it out to you right now. Even the PhDs, the scholars of this, the professors, their minds are linked to white colonialism. And that's why they still calling their own ancestors slaves. They don't use the word African. They use slave. They don't say African Americans were free. They say slaves were free. Why? Because they're mimicking their master's education. We ain't that. We free. Been free. Stay free. Free your mind. So, Son1, I'm going to bring this now to a close.
Yes, sir.
We'll bring this to a close. And if you have any closing remarks on history or what we talked about here today, as well, you might as well just go ahead and start that.
Yes.
I was going to read one more piece, but I'm actually not, because it's actually here in the gospel of hip hop. So those that will continue on with that omni history and how to really see an omni history, get to the gospel of hip hop, page 708, and it starts there. It's called Super Historical Hip Hop, and you can get it there. So I want to thank everyone also for listening. It's been about, I guess, 3 hours now. Thanks for hanging out with us as well. And you got to work. You got a job to do. You got something to do. Find the icon in your area and tell a story about it that your children could be proud of.
That's right. Yes, indeed. I just want to add just a little bit to say that to get a better idea or a more historical view, it's important to look at the laws and look at the different acts that were passed to get a clear understanding of that, which TEACHA is pointing out. Just for instance, I had looked up in the 13th Amendment where it talks about you'll notice in its verbiage how it states whether slavery or involuntary servitude. Now, culturally, isn't involuntary servitude what we believe slavery to be? And so if it needs to be clarified, what's slavery versus involuntary servitude? It's really important to really look and see what's going on. Look at the different acts. It'll give you a clearer understanding as to really what was going on. A lot of these hangings, like TEACHA said, hangings, beatings, whippings were punishments for niggas doing shit.
Wow.
Right. We were doing beatings and different things, which caused them to again put it into law. There's a reason why this gets, or it's specified, and it's like, wait a minute, if you have a slave, what do you need a law for a slave to respect? Or in our mind, a slave is supposed to do whatever you tell it to do. And there should be no repercussions for the ownership. If you really own, that's like telling me I can't take this can and go like that to it.
Right.
It's mine. I can do whatever I want. But no, in these cases, there's something weird going on as opposed to what they'll present to us, which ends up getting received in our mind as cultural knowledge, when again they're banking on the fact of you doing no research and just taking their words for it. They're taking advantage of our intellectual laziness, and this is something that we should correct, and also understand that today isn't very much different than it has ever been in the past. And so you could see or get an idea of how everything is today, of how it was in the past. I was reading something where it said you can't make a slave pay a fine, but you can make them pay taxes. Slaves paying taxes? What is that? How is that even possible? And then wait, slaves getting wages for what? What are they gonna buy? Maybe a new Oculus or something that you can buy today. And no, they could buy things, and they could go to the market. Sure, it was on some crazy shit. You had to have a passport. The original passports are given to the slaves, and no, you have to have a pass to show somebody, and that's even if they're around to even see you. Again, to think of the population and how spread apart everything was, for the fact that a slave could make it across the entire country and not be seen. These things we really need to get into perspective in our mind and start thinking critically. And I would say for us specifically, you need to use your hip hop eyes. Get into this super historical site that you have or that's attainable through practice and really critical, intelligent thinking. Move your intelligence with the information that's being provided to you. Of course, thank you all for attending this class. The Temple of Hip Hop is a hip hop preservation ministry, archive, school, and society. Our unique approach to hip hop is in the fact that we believe in preserving the actual hip hopper, and that will ultimately lead to the preservation of hip hop forever. You can go to KRS-ONE.com. There are books and DVDs and other and different materials, educational materials there, as well as music and edutainment. And also, please visit the templeofhiphop.org. I saw people asking, are we accept dues? We're not really in a donation situation right now, but our dues are sent to hip hop preservation at Gmail through PayPal, and that's all we're doing. It's our best way to keep track of it and make sure that everything is correct. And we will see you guys again next week. Same bat channel, same bat time, or same hip hop channel, same hip hop time. Peace and much love to you all. Thank you, teacher, as always.
Thank you. Oh, I learned a lot.
Me too. Me too. Peace and much love to everybody.
Peace.
What is history? First, let's start with store. Okay, take a look at to store something, that which is a household camp, stored food, clothing, other necessities collected. These are the words that are we need to focus on. We discuss history. These are the words we need to focus on, okay? Story, I'm just blowing it up for you. Story, okay? Now I want you to see this real quick. This right here, story, a narrative, true or presumed to be true, relating to important events and celebrity persons or of a more or less important remote past, a historical relation and an anecdote is the name. It don't have to be true, y'all. It's a story. It don't have to be true, presumed to be true. It's a story, okay? Take a look. This is another part. A recital of events that have or alleged to have happened. Alleged to have happened. A series of events that are or might be narrated. That's all a story is. There's no truth in a story. Well, the reason you listen to a story is because you want the meaning of the story. The way ancient Africans used to teach is we used to give stories, and everybody knew the story wasn't true, but what you got out of the story was. Storyteller, one who is accustomed to tell stories or anecdotes in conversation. Tell stories, storyteller. You know, that's what the news is. That's why I bring it up. The news don't say they're telling news anymore. They say we're telling stories. Storyteller, one who is accustomed to telling stories and on conversation, euphemistically, a liar. Come on, y'all. This is the knowledge. This is it. This is the center. This is the foundations of English knowing. Take a look. One whose business it is to recite legendary or romantic stories applied to a writer of stories, okay? Hist. Here's the first part of the word history. Hist, okay, a natural exclamation, more exactly written, enjoining silence, which seems to be suggested by the abrupt stoppage of the sibilant by the mute. Really, see here, ist,
It's like this. A hist is a silent calling. It's like, psst, psst, psst. That's what a hist is. Look at this. A similar sound made to urge a dog or other animal. A similar sound made like, psst. Look at this here. Hist the boy, hist the boy. An exclamation used to incite or urge on. Hist, hist. Okay? Look at what hist is. Hist. Okay? To summon with the exclamation hist. To summon in silence or without noise. Hist, hist, hist the boy. Here's history. This was his. I don't have to get into this. I just put it here because when we get into the classroom, we'll talk about our youth are so ingenious that the minute we got history, most of us usually would say that we look at the word when we were young and we say, that's his story. That's your intelligence. That's how fast it is. But I'm backing your intelligence up with real knowledge. You were right. The actual etymology of the story is his story. This is his story. This is his. Okay, and then I go all the way down. We're going to read through all of this. His, obsolete, of be. Okay, his. This is all the other, his, highs. Okay, plural, okay. Them, them. Okay. Now, come over here, history. Okay. Now, I stop here because this is what history is in the book. A narrative. Story. Of past events, tale, story. A learning, this is the Greek, a learning or knowing by inquiry, an account of one's inquiries, narrative, history, from the Greek, knowing, learned, wise man, judge, to know. History means to know. Now, the reason I point that out is because the etymology of the word history has nothing to do with the recording of the past. You see, they jump. This word history, okay, they're just making it this. A relation of incidents, true or imaginary. Look at that. A relation of, this is what history actually is. A relation of incidents. In early use, either true or imaginary. Later on, only of those professedly true. A narrative, a tale or story, okay? Nothing in history is true. When you look at the word history, what you're looking at is hist and ori. Hist, we just saw, is only a calling. Hist the boy, and it's what you give to dogs. Come here, come here. The ori is a suffix that applies to this. The ori means the environment of, or the action of. That's what ori is. It's a suffix. The action. So you have laboratory, ori. The ori is speaking to the labra. Crematory. The ori is speaking to the cremation. So this suffix ori is speaking to the hist. So a hist ori is really only the environment or the representation of somebody calling you, like a dog. That's what history is. Now, go even deeper, and I'm paraphrasing because when we get in the classroom, I'm gonna break this even further down. We didn't even get into philosophy yet. This is just etymology, so that your mind can get prepared for what we are going to get into. This will shock a few people as we go down the line here. This is what history is. It's a silent calling. So you have to ask yourself, what are we being called to? When someone says, this is your history, the first thing you should think of is, okay, you calling me to something. What are you calling me to? The history of African Americans begin with slavery. So African American history, then they start teaching you, you came here 1619, Jamestown, Virginia, on a slave ship. That's history. That ain't true. They just calling you back to slavery. Come on back. Come on. The word history has nothing to do with the recording of the past. Remember that. Let's go on. Historical, historian, a writer or author of history. Stop. Author of history? How you, author of history? A writer or author of history. One who produces a work of history in the higher sense. Meaning, I'm telling the truth. I'm telling the truth here. Okay, a historian got to tell the truth. Okay, now, see, and look at here. I want you to see this too. French, historien, Old French, okay, from Latin, historia, and we're going to look at that too, okay? Now, chronicle of events from, okay, that's just the one who relates narratives, storyteller. One who, now what did they say a storyteller was? They said a storyteller is a liar. I just showed you. The storyteller is a liar. Okay, that's the second definition of a storyteller. Look what they say down here. One who relates a narrative or a tale, a storyteller. Okay, they're telling you right up. If you really want to get to the scholarship, we lying. Back to the American Heritage Dictionary. Why? Because here, take a look at the word high. I just go over this. High means hey, greeting. So even if we go, it's a high story, it's a greeting to a lie. Here is histo. This is all the ways in which you can look at this word. Okay, this is all the ways you can look at history. None of them apply to the recording of the past. Histo. Hist. We just saw hist. Here is body tissue. Histogenous. Greek. Histo. Web. Okay? That's what histo is, or hist, a web. This is more medical terminology. They give you the chemistry, this kind of stuff like that, right? Now, I want you to take a look here. This was the ori here. We just want of, relating, characterized by. That's what ori means. Of, related to, characterized by. A place or thing used for or connection with. And then there's crematory. Just as an example, ori, Old French, okay? We just went over that. Ori only means, it only relates to the other word. It's a characterized, it's related to, this kind of thing. And I'll go deeper into this later on. This guy here, I'm not gonna discuss him right now, but this is King Osceola. This portrait was made obviously by George Catlin. He was captured at Fort Moultrie in Texas. He was captured, and when they show this picture, there's a book called The Black Indians. And in this book, Black Indians, he talks about this particular picture. And he says that when they painted this picture of Osceola, they should have painted the 55 African warriors that walked with him. They only show you this picture of a Native American like this. But what they never showed was he always walked with 55 big lip, dark skinned, kinky haired Africans. Him. They'll never show you that because those are the people they robbed. So you're never going to see his crew. You're only going to see him. Here's Black Indians. Take a look. These are brothers too, by the way. They're brothers. Same mother. Take a look. Look at him. Look at him. At one time, we were the same people. Webster's New Collegiate Dictionary, this is where we get into the word nigger. It's all good. You guys can see this, yeah?
Yeah.